We'd fix the lights a little bit. Would you mind?
Just the front, so it's a little darker at the front.
If you want, I'll put you on my shoulders and you can look through the bulbs.
That's good.
I think so.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you.
No pressure. You have to keep this exciting for 4 hours.
I know.
I've got lots of questions. I came prepared.
You came prepared. Good. Although it is a lot of information.
Good afternoon, everyone. If I may, I'd like to welcome all of you to the March 11th Special Committee of the Whole meeting. First, I'd like to recognize one of the traditional territory of the Name First Nation. Our clerk today is Ms. Sheila Gurry. Notwithstanding, I don't see any members in the gallery today. I'd like to, for the purposes of the record, state that the sign-up sheets are in the back chair behind us, and if anyone wishes to question an item on the agenda, they can sign up on the question period sheet. Ms. Gurry, you're our clerk today. Welcome. Introduction of late items.
Thank you, Worship. So for agenda item 4F, the recommendation has been updated to reflect that this meeting is a committee of the whole with the recommendation going to council. And that's it, Your Worship.
Thank you. Motion for the adoption of the agenda. Councillor Torr. Second, Councillor Brown. All those in favor? Motion carried. Ms. Mercer, welcome and thank you. I want to say right at the outset for the significant volume of work that you and your staff have produced for us today. And I, for one, am sincerely appreciative of it.
Here, here.
And I'm sure I speak for all council when I say that.
Well, we didn't want you to have anything to do this weekend besides read financial reports. So good afternoon, Worship Council. We have a lot of information to go over today, and our agenda is going to be laid out like this. We're going to do a quick 30,000 feet finance overview, what we do, who we are, and the environment we live in. Then we're going to talk about a draft reserve policy and how we created that, and we'll have some discussion with council on the recommendations in that. Then we'll talk about debt, and we'll review the city's debt and discuss the draft policy that is included in the agenda. And then we'll have a break, and then we'll talk about grants and exemptions. So this is what the city gives out and in grants, and it's just basically an information session about what grant opportunities we have and the budgets that are associated with them. And then lastly, we'll talk about social procurement, and that's a hot topic right now. And council has been invited to join the Coastal Community Social Procurement Initiative, so that's the impetus of that report. There is a lot of information today. We may not get through it all, just because there is such a large amount of information regarding the reserves. So we'll kind of play it by ear and see what we get through today. We do have to talk about social procurement because there is a decision that needs to be made, so we will get to that one for sure. So Finance Department overview. So Section 149 of the Community Charter requires every municipality to appoint a financial officer, and specifically mentions the duties of the financial officer in the Community Charter. So these are the items that are listed in the section of the charter. For to basically control and supervise over all of the financial affairs of the city. The financial officer also has non-statutory roles, and this is not an exhaustive list of them, but some of the more prominent non-statutory roles that the financial officer performs. The finance department is made up of 5 sub-departments, and payroll is fairly self-obvious, or self-explanatory. They pay us every 2 weeks. Some argue it's the most important department in the city, but so their main role is to produce the payroll and support HR in making sure our employee records are correct. Financial planning, which is actually now called business asset and financial planning, And they look after budgets, financial analysis. They're involved in asset management, and they are involved with applying for all major grants. This department produces a lot of work, and as you can see, there's some large topics that they have to deal with. Revenue services, so they collect all of the money in the city except for parks and recreation. So taxes, utilities, accounts receivable, cemetery payments, cemetery records are kept in revenue services. We issue dog licenses, and we maintain all of the property information for the city. Of note, the revenue services is the most forward-facing of the sub-departments of finance. They deal with the public on a daily basis in a variety of issues. Accounting services, we look after accounts payable, the general ledger, we produce the financial statements, the annual report, the statement of financial information, known as SOFI, and we look after the investments of the city. Purchasing in stores, lastly but not least, and they look after all the purchasing needs of the city. They issue tenders and RFPs, and they look after inventory. Now, purchasing is the only finance department that doesn't reside downtown. They reside out at the Public Works Yard. So this timeline represents some of the major duties of the finance department and how they're planned out during the year. So financial planning is responsible for the financial plan. And we start the financial plan in mid-May, and it goes to December. Ideally, we would like a budget passed before December 31st. This year we were close, January 14th. So the preparation and the milestones in that part of the preparation are all internally driven deadlines. From January, or the adoption of the financial plan, from that till mid-May is when we amend the financial plan that was adopted. So any changes of growth, other government requisitions, all of that information gets included in the financial plan, or any updated information, better information that we receive during that time gets put into the budget. And we have a statutory deadline of May 15th to have the budget or the financial plan bylaw passed. Accounting services deals with year-end and financial statements. So by May 15th of every year, we have to have our financial statements adopted by council. And that 30-odd pages takes about 3 months to produce, just because there is such a volume of work that goes into that. And so we start in January, and auditors come in March, and then we have statements to council, usually by the end of April. Accounting services also looks after the statement of financial information, or the SOFI, as well as the annual report. And we start working on those in about March, and they're not statutorily due till June 30th. Revenue services is responsible for property taxes. So the requisitions from other governments starts coming in March or April, and we process those, and then our own financial plan indicates what our tax rates are going to be. So we have, again, like the financial plan and the financial statements, we have to have a tax bylaw approved by council or adopted by council by May 15th of each year. Taxes then are due on the first day after July 1st, and at that date, any unpaid taxes are applicable to a 5% penalty. And then in mid-August, if there's still outstanding taxes, another 5% penalty is issued, and those are statutorily required. It's actually 10% could be levied right at the due date in July. But the Nanaimo has adopted, like many other municipalities, to split the 10% and make it into 2 parts. Revenue services is also responsible for weekly water, sewer, and garbage billings. And so every week they process a section of the city for their utility bills. And they have to have their bylaw adopted by December 31st of every year to charge the new rates for the coming year. Revenue Services is also responsible for tax sales. So if you have 3 years of outstanding taxes, your property can go up for tax sale. And the tax sale is the last Monday in September of every year. And that, again, is a statutorily mandated date. So from the time of the second penalty goes on to right up to probably the day before tax sale, the Revenue Services staff are calling to let residents know that they have outstanding taxes. So there's a lot of work that goes into that. And then after the tax sale date, we have to show that we have advised all of the property owners that their property has gone for tax sale. And that is a lot of work because sometimes property owners are hard to find. Or we had one that was owned by a company that had many investors in it, and that was extremely difficult to get a hold of everybody. So there's a lot of work in tax sale. Payroll, again, we have a payroll every 2 weeks, and their statutory deadline is having T4s out by
Councillor Cherney?
Thank you, Worship, through you, Mr. Commissioner. So, not that I've ever been in this situation, but if you contact a person, property owner that owes the taxes, is there a financial way of paying it, or is everything due right now, or do you take...
Up to the tax sale date, you just have to pay off the third year of taxes, and that will stave off the tax sale. But after the tax sale date, you have to pay it all.
So, sorry, I don't quite understand. So, tax sales, if you have 3 years of unpaid taxes,
Yep.
then we phone, and if they can't pay, then
Then it goes to tax sale.
the house needs to be sold?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. But they have a year
Yeah.
to get that back, so they have a year to pay the
Okay.
taxes.
Great.
And
How many houses per year are sold but through tax sale?
last year we had one.
One, okay.
The year before, under 6.
Yeah.
Some years we've had a large number, but they try to do a lot of work up front to try to get people to come in and pay.
Yeah.
So it depends. Most often, I think we've only had a couple of properties that have ever fully transferred over to someone else.
Councillor Bonner?
Thank you, Worship, through you, Ms. Mercer. So just an accounting point of view, if they were to pay, because it's 3 years, if they were to pay the first year, does that give them another year to come up with the rest?
There is a provision that says if they pay a certain percentage, and off the top of my head I can't remember, but if the city is the buyer of the property, if we get the property, then there is an option to extend it another year. But if someone else buys that, I can't remember exactly what.
What I'm asking is if they came into the city hall and gave you a year's worth of taxes,
Yep.
so now they only owe it for 2 years and not 3,
Yep.
would they then be bumped over another year?
Yes. Yes. If they come in before the due date, before the tax sale date, and paid that third year, they would not go for tax sale, and then they'd have another year. Yep. And throughout all of the
Brown, were you waving your hand, or you? Okay. Carry on, please.
throughout all the other departments, we have monthly and quarterly reporting. Some of that reporting comes to you, and some of it is for internal purposes. So regulatory environment, we have internal and external regulatory bodies that govern us. So external, we have things like the Community Charter, the Local Government Act, the Assessment Act, Financial Information Act, that dictates how we prepare the annual statement of financial information. For PST and excise tax, they tell us what we can and should charge PST and GST on. PSAB, which stands for Public Sector Accounting Board, and they set the accounting standards that we have to prepare our financial statements in accordance with. And trade agreements, they kind of dictate our purchasing practices. So we can't be in violation of any of these trade agreements. So internally, we're governed by policies. Some are council policies and some are department policies. So any overarching policy that touches the entire organization is considered a council policy and will be brought before you to approve. Policies that deal more with day-to-day activities are usually approved by the Director of Finance. So things like our petty cash policy, we wouldn't necessarily bring that in front of you, but our procurement policy, we would. So our existing policies that, these aren't all of them, but some of the ones that are significant. We have the 5-year financial plan bylaw and the tax and user rate bylaws. Those all allow us to tax and spend. Our revenue policy is embedded in our financial plan bylaw, and that outlines how we recognize revenue, or how we produce our objectives for revenue. Our procurement policy dictates how we purchase items for the city. And our asset management policy leads into the 20-year investment plan and tells us the rules and objectives around how we want to manage our assets. Finance department policies include our budget transfer policy, which tells us how we can transfer money in between projects and the authority to do so. We have a spending authority policy that outlines the structure of how signing authority is assigned. And travel and expense policy, which is self-explanatory, as it outlines what are allowable travel expenses and what aren't. Policies that we're working on. So the reserves and debt policy we're going to bring before you today, and ones that will come to you in the future are long-term financial planning policy, fiscal accountability, and user fees and charges policy. And we're working on those ones as well. So additionally, part of our environment is we collaborate with all departments of the city. So our budgeting department sits, one of the financial analysts sits with the manager of every single department to create their budgets. Accounts payable deals with every department in making sure that we get all our invoices coded and signed. Purchasing provides procurement support to all departments, and quarterly reporting touches all departments as well. We also interact with the public, the media, auditors, and other government agencies. So property owners and business owners, we touch base with them on taxes, user rates, accounts receivable, accounts payable. Senior levels of government, we deal with them for reporting and grant applications, as well as, and then regional governments such as the RDN, we deal with them on debt and taxes and some agreements like the regional agreement, regional sports agreement. So financial relationships that the city deals with, some of them we're just a tax collector. So we collect taxes for the school district, the Municipal Finance Authority and the assessment, as well as the hospital district. We're strictly the tax collector for most of those. School district we do have some agreements with as well, and are in collaboration with them on lots of parks and recreation stuff. The Old City Quarter business improvement area, we are a tax collector for them. We collect money on their behalf and then pay it over to them. We also pay them occasionally for special events grants. The Vancouver Island Region Library, we are a tax collector, so they requisition us and we tax for it. And we also have one of the council sits on the board.
Councillor Turley has a question.
Told you I had a few.
Yeah, no, that's good.
So just in previous, referred to BIA, one BIA, in the past, the city kept money that it cost to actually not administer, but send the information out
Yep.
for approval. Is that still the case?
I think there is still a small portion, like it was, I think it was based on the amount that was collected,
Yeah.
but there is still a bit of an admin fee only in the first year.
Yes.
Because that's the year where you decide what all properties are involved in that. Yeah. And the RDN, we have a bit more of a complex relationship with the RDN, but we are the tax collector for the RDN. They requisition us, we put it on our tax notices and collect it and then pay it over to them. As well as all of you are well aware, we have 8 board members on the RDN board. So kind of wanted to just talk a little bit more about the difference between the city functions and the RDN functions. While some of the functions are very similar, the responsibilities are very different. So the city participates in many of the RDN functions in ways of payment and whatnot. But just for clarity, we pay for water supply and distribution, whereas the RDN pays for watershed protection or is responsible for watershed protection. We do sanitary sewer collection, but the RDN does waste treatment. We collect garbage and recycling, but the RDN looks after the landfill. So there are some similar functions, but each one has their specific duties with that. We also have some partnerships with the RDN. We have a service agreement, which is the 911 agreement. We also have, that's also, the CBRD is also included in that as well. We have,
Which one?
pardon?
Like Cowichan and Comox?
Just these Cowichan Valley Regional District, the RDN in the city. Special initiative is the Regional Emissions Agreement, which we're currently looking at too, as nothing has happened with that yet, so we want to see what we can do with that funding. But that is an agreement that was made between the RDN, Nanaimo, Parksville, Lanceville, and Pelican Beach. And then we have a cost-sharing agreement, and the regional facilities and sports fields is an example of that, where there's an acknowledgement that non-city residents use city facilities and sports fields, and this is, the RDN pays us a calculated amount for the non-city use of that, of our facilities. It's a very watered down version of, but there's a lot involved in that calculation. So other financial relationships that we have, the conference center, Spectra, is our contractor. They're our operator of the facility. The Nanaimo First Nations, we provide some sewer to them, services such as fire, water, and sewer. Those are billed. Water and sewer are billed, water is billed through our utilities, but fire we bill separately. The Nanaimo Port Authority, they pay us PILTs, although we're in negotiations, I think, right now for our new amount. And we have a board member there as well. The Tourist Association of Vancouver Island, they operate Tourism Nanaimo, so we have a fee for service with them. And the Nanaimo Hospitality Association, we collect the hotel tax and pay it over to the Nanaimo Hospitality Association. And they use the hotel tax funds to support the growth of overnight visitations to Nanaimo. So they have initiatives that they work on for that. And they also give out sports tourism grants as well. So financial management functions. So council will be more informed about some of these than others. So financial planning, reporting, and procurement, you will see us a lot on those topics. Other ones such as collections and billings and cash management, you won't hear a lot about unless something has gone wrong. And the idea today is the red ones are the ones we're going to talk about, and the green circled ones are ones that we could potentially come back to you for future information sessions. That is it for...
Thank you, Your Worship, and to Ms. Mercer. Just a short one at the very beginning. You talked about May and December that the staff works on our budget for the next year.
Yep.
During that time, how much input comes from council and the public? Because I remember last time we had this, we all got elected, everybody's happy, and then boom, we had a big budget rate fixed. So is that process going to change slightly as we go through this next one?
For sure. So ideally, we would like to come in front of you in, say, June and get what your direction is. Do you want a 2% tax increase? Do you want, what is your goal for it? And then that way we can bring you back something that is representative of what you want. If we came back and you didn't provide us any direction and we came back and then we do a whole bunch of changes, it's just, we can do that and we have done that in the past, but it's much easier if you provide us direction of what you want to see. And that starts in June before all of the major work starts. Okay, reserves review. So this is big and good for you all if you've all read it because it's a lot. I just want to say that this is the first time we've showed anybody the reserve. for the draft reserve policy. So it is really meant to inform you of what we have, what we found through our review process and what we're recommending. We want you to read it and look through it and ask questions. We do not necessarily expect any kind of recommendations or anything at this point. It's just take it, absorb it, and then we can always come back at a later date and go over it in more detail once you've had a chance to go through it. But we wanted to get it in front of you to know, so you knew what we were working on. And if there is a direction that you are absolutely adamant you don't want us to go in, we can change that as well. So today what we're going to go through is we'll provide an update on what we did for the review, the recommendations, go through the draft policy. And it says council discussion and direction. If there are things that you want to see changed or added, please let us know. Because all of this will allow us to complete the reserve, and then we'll have a finalized reserve policy to bring back to you. But again, we'll have many opportunities to bring it before you as well. Did you want to add anything?
No.
So reserves. Why do we have reserves? So if we didn't have reserves, we would have large wild swings in property taxes and user rate fee increases, depending on what projects were budgeted during the year. So reserves help to smooth out the tax increases. They mitigate risks for such as uncollected revenues or sudden unplanned expenditures to deliver service. And they provide funding and equipment and infrastructure investment as well as strategic initiatives. And there are two types of reserves, although we have 3 points. There are two types of reserves: operating reserves, which are usually created through allocations of surplus, and we have statutory reserves, which are created through a bylaw. We also have unallocated surplus, and it is not a reserve, but it sits on the balance, or it sits on the balance sheet as its own line. But really, what it is it's unallocated surplus that hasn't been allocated to any reserve, and it's left in its own pot. And it can be used for unexpected expenditures. We've used that in the past for it. It's just another pot of emergency money. So what we're planning, recommending is that we pull that unallocated surplus into our financial stability reserves. And then we will go through, we used a framework that grouped reserves for common purpose, adds structure to our current practices. So that's really the drivers of why we created a reserve policy.
Councillor Kessler.
Through the chair, maybe a very basic question, but I'm curious, where is this money held? Do we have like a relationship with the bank, or do we have our own bank, or what?
We have investments, so we invest, we have many different investors.
Yeah.
That about 3 times a year we go out and ask for quotes. And all of the banks and institutions come back to us and they give us the best rates, and then we invest excess money in those. So we balance out those investments of what's our current need and what's our long-term need, and the long-term need goes into the investments. So at any given time, we have about $120 million in investments.
Right, so these reserves are then, like, are they maintained as separate pots of money, or are they accumulated together when they're in some other financial institution?
Yeah, so what they do is we have the balances in the reserves, and then the investment is in one pot, but the interest is allocated to each one of those reserves based on their balance. So we keep track of all the reserves separately, but the invested money sits in one big pot, and then we allocate out the interest based on that.
And in terms of what we're invested in, do we have that information of like what exactly are...
We are limited by the community charter as to what we can invest in. It's very, very limited scope of what we can invest in. So we have a policy that talks about the types of investments, but it's very secure Canadian investments, bank investments, those kind of things. Right now, because interest rate's been really low, most of our investments are like GICs. But because we're investing in $5-10 million increments, we get a better rate than you or I going to do. So as interest rates go up, we will probably do less and less GICs and perhaps more bonds or short-term deposit notes and things like that.
So we're tracking each individual reserve in our own system, and then that's just aggregated together,
Yeah.
separated.
Yeah.
Good.
And just to be clear, it's not like we have a stock portfolio.
No,
No venture capital.
no,
Just
Zimbabwe
money.
stocks or anything like
Just-
that. It's really strictly Canadian. It's very restrictive as to what we can invest in. So the outcome of the recommendations, if adopted, are we would have a comprehensive framework that meets our corporate needs and establishes a sustainable financial management. By adopting these recommendations, Council is not committing to any tax or user rate fee increase as we already have achieved our minimum balances in all of the reserves. So I think we've done a good job of trying to balance not having too much, but not having too little in there as well. So we have long-term integrated planning processes to help Council with decision-making. And reserves fit into a planning framework and are included in our existing planning processes. So our existing planning processes are like our 20-year investment plan, our 10-year project plan, 5-year financial plan, as well as master plans. All of these feed into giving us a really good picture of what our financial needs are. So a big one is our dealing with our 20-year investment plan. So as a result of compiling all of our asset information, we found we had a funding need of $1 billion over the next 20 years. When we looked at our funding options, we found that we had a projected funding balance of about $794 million, and that left us with a $258 million gap. So because of this attention directing information, Council made informed decisions to close the gap. So strategies that involved reserves were continuing to put away 1% increase into the general asset management reserve. We completed a DCC reserve and adopted a new bylaw last year, and that will help to fund DCC projects for the future, for growth. And we also used a fee review, or user fee reviews, and continued putting a percentage away of user fees into reserves to pay for future assets.
Councillor Martin, then Councillor Hemmons.
Imagine it, thank you through the chair. I imagine it hasn't changed much, but this was from 2017, so what is our gap now?
We will do a review. When are we expecting to do that?
Hopefully next year.
Hopefully next year, we'll be doing another review to see how well these things have shortened that gap.
Okay, thank you.
Sorry, related to that, do we have a timeline when the gap will be closed if we keep going with these measures? 5 years, 20 years?
The recommendations that we provided to council with the last update were moving us towards closing the gap. And so what will happen is we'll do another update because we'll have better cost information. We have the big project underway with the grant, updating all our facility condition assessments, our park amenities condition assessments, improving our inventory of those assets. So once we have all that together, we'll do another update and we'll see where we're at with the gap. But we are moving in the right direction. You can see that every time we've done the update, we're moving in the right direction on closing that gap.
And is it incremental movement, or are we kind of closing that gap? Are we chasing it down?
It's closing. It's going in the right direction. We're making positive strides towards closing that gap.
Mr. Sims.
Your worship, as Ms. Mercer mentioned, this is attention directing, so it's getting us in that, so even though it says $258 million, that's just kind of the information that we knew at the time that we did that. But as time goes on, it's a pretty wide barn door that we're shooting at. But it as Ms. Fuller mentioned, we're closing the gap as opposed to widening it, which is the right direction.
And just to be clear, I mean, I assume this, with great respect, it's like pulling a figure out of the air almost. You're having to take into account potential inflation, interest rates on borrowing. I assume that all of these things are factored into coming up with the projected investment value and what you think will wear out in a given period of time, and all of those horrible things that would drive accountants nuts. Is that fair to say?
I would say it's probably better than pulling a number out of the air. I think there's a fair bit of effort.
No, I'm not discounting the effort. I'm just saying that.
But it's probably conservative, and it's probably, but it's very well put together as far as best knowledge we have at the time. But you're right, that things do change as time goes on.
It is a 10-month process when we did the 20-year plan. It took us a good 10 months. Most of the year, there was a significant number of staff members working on it, looking at their condition information, looking at estimates. We had group meetings, cross-departmental meetings, where everyone was looking at the cost estimates we were using, looking at the expected useful life. So a significant amount of work goes in to make sure we update it with the best information we have available at the time. But of course, that information changes over time, which is of course why we have to keep updating it.
And before I go to Councillor Hemmons, does that 1.1 billion include projects that you think we might take on, or all projects you think are absolutely necessary, or is there some contingency allowance for a spendthrift council that, wants to acquire more assets?
And so that one, when we looked at our investment needs over the next 20 years, that was all our renewal projects. It was our projects needed for growth, so it included projects in the DCC bylaw for the next 20 years. It also did include some strategic projects, but there was some projects that were excluded because we didn't have enough information. I believe we excluded the public works yard off the top of my head because no decisions really been made. We're doing a space needs study, but no direction on there. The fire station expansion was not included on there because the business case needs to be felt. So there was some projects that we know are kind of on the peripheral, but were not included because we need further direction or more information before we can make a decision how they fit into that 20-year plan.
Councillor Hemmons?
Thank you. The 1.1 billion is based on our assets and our facilities needs, et cetera, et cetera. Is there anything from asset management you see as far as a best practice or a standard figure goes, as far as if we have 3 billion total in assets, this is about how much you should have set aside to deal with that? Or is that just because everyone's infrastructure is differently, different ages?
Yeah, I don't believe asset management, we see has direction on that. Really, it's our renewal plans that tie to our investment needs.
In general, though, we're following their best practices. We actually work pretty closely with them, and in some ways, the 1% increase in taxes for asset management that was pioneered by Nanaimo was actually sort of shoveled around to suggested to other municipalities. Other people are picking it up.
And even not many municipalities have a 20-year investment plan. We actually presented at the National Asset Management Conference on our 20-year plan. A lot of municipalities are not projecting that far out on their planning.
What are reserves? So the primary purpose of a reserve is to provide funding for equipment and infrastructure investments, strategic initiatives, and to mitigate risk. So if you think of reserves like savings accounts or a bank account, you could think of them as you have a rainy day fund, which is like a financial stability fund, just in case any unforeseen expenditure, child needing braces, something like that came up. If you want, you could say have an account for vacations, which is a strategic reserve. If you're going to buy a new car, you could look at that as an equipment reserve. Or if you have a house rental coming up, you could look at that as an infrastructure reserve. So you have money going in and out of these accounts, but you wouldn't need to rely on your checking account or debt to pay for them. So they're really just like a savings account put aside to do future projects. And having the ability to fund these supports the best planning option for maintenance and replacement of city infrastructure. So what did we do in this review? So we looked at what the city had, and did we have the right balances? Did we have the right reserves? What were other municipalities doing? We researched best practices. Then we, based on all of this information we gathered, we drafted a reserve report and summarized our findings and recommendations. And then we drafted a reserve policy based on all of this. I just want to mention development cost charges. The city recently completed a DCC review and updated the bylaws, and updated bylaws were adopted in 2018. And the DCC bylaws include specific capital investment needed for development and funding from DCC reserves, and those projects are the only thing that can be funded from DCC reserves. So as this review has already been done, we did not include DCCs in this reserve report. So in reviewing all of our reserves, we found over the last 10 years that we contributed 261 million to our reserves, but we used 224. So we are putting money in and taking money out. It's not like money's sitting there accumulating. We are using it as we go. So we've had an average of an 86% usage of the monies we've put in. So the reserves review. So a review of all the reserves was done, and we created a framework to provide a formal structure to the processes we already followed. And we will go into more detail about each one of these types of reserves in a little bit. We looked at target balances, determined should we have them, and if we did, how should we calculate them? We made recommendations and then drafted a reserve policy based on those. So like I mentioned earlier, we have two types of reserves. And really the difference between the two are statutory reserves are more structured, and it's very difficult to reallocate funds out of a stat reserve, whereas operating reserves, you can more easily move money between them. Interest is accumulated in each statutory reserve, as opposed to in the reserve, for operating reserves, the interest just goes into general revenue and reduces taxes. That's really the main difference between stat reserves are more structured, operating reserves are less structured. So should you create an operating reserve or a statutory reserve? So we recommend that a statutory reserve be used for reserves that satisfy one or more of the following criteria. A reserve is required for provincial legislation, so our DCCs is an example of that. Reserves facilitate contractual requirements or reporting. So our community works reserve is an example of that, because we have an agreement with UCM. Reserves has a specific annual contribution. So our facilities development reserve has monthly contributions through internal charges. Or the reserve has a specific long-term organizational purpose, such as asset management. So everything else would be, we would consider an operating reserve.
Councillor Hammond?
Thank you. Or you might be going into this later, but one of my comments from this policy document is that we seem to be flipping a lot of our operating reserves into statutory reserves. Based on these 4 bullet points, what are we trying to, like, what is the purpose of that other than a name change and the fact that it's enshrined in bylaw and therefore more difficult for us to move around if we want? Like, is that the real?
That's really to provide more constraint around that, so we can't just use it for,
Keeping the taxes low.
We can just move it. Be irresponsible, not just try to find money.
Right, so I guess that's a follow-up question. Has that been a practice in the past that we're trying to mitigate?
I wouldn't
Or are we
say,
just kind of tidying things
it's
up?
just tidying things
Okay.
up. From your perspective, it doesn't really change much, right? For us, it's more administration to do a stat reserve, because we have to track it and charge interest to it. But really, it's just about cleaning it up and putting a bit more constraints around some of the money so it can't be used for other things.
Thank you.
Councillor Bonner?
In terms of accounting, could you have a reserve where you have it at a set amount? You only put money into it when it goes below that amount, and all the interest doesn't go into that account.
If it's a stat reserve, it's required to have interest in it, but you could have, like, operating reserves don't have interest going to it, and you could have it at a certain balance, and when it drops below, don't put that
Just drop it back out.
Does interest just keep moving up with inflation?
So whatever we invest in our bank account or our long-term investments, or short-term, I guess they're not really long-term, but that, whatever interest rate we get on those is then allocated to it. So right now, we're a bit over 2% on average, because some of our older investments are at lower rates where our newer ones are.
Councillor Brown?
Yeah, if there is a statutory reserve that has the parameters specified in the bylaw, and council chose to close that reserve, how can they then allocate those funds? Is there restrictions when they pull them out?
It depends on the kind of reserve it is, but yeah, we could, I think the rule is, because we closed our local improvement stat reserve, but we had to put the money into a like reserve. So that was the
And
rule that we're
that likeness is based on the criteria we established? Okay.
Yeah, I guess so, in the sense of, so if you're referring to the regional emissions one, we will look at that, but it could be, you could probably argue that you could put that into the general asset management reserve or something like that.
Okay, thank you.
I wasn't reading your mind there.
You did well, though. Very shortly.
So target balances. Best practices to establish a target minimum or maximum reserve balance where appropriate to ensure that specific reserves are able to fulfill their purpose or do not go beyond their intended purpose. Sometimes a target balance is not always appropriate, and because it would unduly limit funding for a project or a strategic opportunity, an initiative if instituted. So some we've opted to calculate a target balance, some we haven't. For example, for property reserves, you wouldn't necessarily want to put a cap on it, just in case council objectives changed. You know, that can happen from council to council too. Now these are what we took into consideration when determining our target balances. So best practices, what we currently have in contributions, and what we know of our funding needs for the future. So just kind of a little recap of, so we have 3 funds, general, water, and sewer. And general being the largest of them because it carries most of our services. But water and sewer are a little bit different than each other, as sewer we don't do treatments, we only do collection. So therefore our expenses with sewer aren't as much as water, where we supply, distribute, and treat water. So we have a few more reserves because we have more infrastructure for that. So our first type of reserve is financial stability reserve. And the purpose of a financial stability reserve should be implemented to mitigate risk arising from lower than expected revenues or sudden unplanned expenditures needed to maintain delivery of city services. So currently we have 8 operating reserves that are used to reduce risks. So our...
Sorry, Councillor Tony.
Sorry.
So one of my questions with regard to the financial stability reserve is two points I need clarification on.
Okay.
Number one, I'm assuming the AHT is payable for the whole year this year, and we're still paying MSP premiums for the full year. So I look upon that, rightly or wrongly, as an exceptional year. And I was reading somewhere in here the financial stability reserve could be used for that type of purpose, but it needs to be paid back over 3 years. Is that correct?
It could be. We could pay it back if, depending on what the amount was. So if we had a surplus for 2019, we could use some of that surplus to bump it back up, or if we didn't have enough, we could budget to build that back up over, 3 years.
And would that have to come as a council resolution, or would that come through you back to us for?
We would come back to you with a recommendation, and based on our policy would say that is what we would do. So we would come back to you and say, or during our budget presentations would be, we've added this in the budget to bring our balances back to the minimum target. But with MSP, we did put money aside for that because we knew that was coming. So in that case, we were proactive and put that into our strategic initiative.
So it doesn't fit the bill?
It unfortunately has the same name as the
I know.
It's James, so it makes it detached confusing.
Sorry. Was there?
Well, no, I'm just saying, so if you've done that, then it's not an issue and it won't be coming back? So,
Yeah.
okay.
Because we've already planned for that. And we brought that decision to council on when we allocated surplus for that year. So our recommendations for financial stability reserves is we recommended that we create an operating financial stability reserve for each of our 3 funds and establish a minimum target balance for each one of these. And we made these operating reserves as that provides the most flexibility in reacting to unexpected events. So, and we also are recommending that our unallocated surplus be allocated to each one of the funds. And that is something we're going over with our auditors. as it's a change, but other municipalities have done this, so I don't anticipate any pushback from our auditors, but we do want their sign off on it. And we've recommended to eliminate traffic fines reserve, uncollected taxes, uninsured claims, and water leveling reserves. And we are recommending to council them and transfer those balances to their appropriate financial stability reserve.
Councillor Turley?
Thank you. So again, I profess my ignorance. What is a water level reserve?
So because water is so volatile, so where like sewer is a flat fee. Every house has a flat fee. Water is based on consumption. We have a dry year, we have a wet year, we don't get as much revenue. If we are running a deficit, we pull into our water leveling reserve.
Thank you.
Councillor Bowman?
That kind of begs the question is, so if in the event that we go through all our conservation and everything else, and we don't use as much water one year, and we don't get as much revenue, are we in a position where we're actually spending more money to create that little amount of water, or does the actual cost go up and down with amount of consumption?
Well, we have a standard, like to produce or provide water, we have a standard cost, that whether we put out 1 liter or a million, we still have to have that infrastructure. So there is, I would say if we're not bringing in enough revenue to cover the cost. So I don't think they go hand in hand. If revenues go down, costs don't go down as well. Because we have labor and just the running the water treatment plant and all those things, those don't change
So just, if I can just ask for Councillor Thorpe, is it a profit-making centre or not?
No.
No. Councillor Thorpe?
Thank you, Your Worship. Thank you, Ms. Mercer. This is really interesting. I've been here 4 years and I've not had this summary before, so I really appreciated reading it, even though I'm not a numbers person. Your fourth bullet there is something I'm curious about. You probably know the answer, but given that we're not allowed to run a deficit, so we expect and we hopefully will have some surplus at the end of each year.
Yep.
How is it determined where that money gets put into various reserves?
So if I understand you correctly, so if we had a deficit, where would we pull that from?
No, I'm sorry. Given that we have a surplus, not a lot, but we have a surplus, how do we decide what to do with that surplus? What reserves does it get
So
put in?
our first priority would be to make sure all of our target balances are met. And then after that, it would be coming back to you and saying, where would you like to put the excess money if there is any? And then you could do it for strategic initiatives, which we'll talk about in a little bit. There could be things that you as a council want to put money aside for to do with surplus. But our first priority would be to maintain the minimum target balances.
Right. Councillor Hammonds?
Thank you. When do we get the surplus dollar amount?
Monday.
Monday? Oh, okay. Great.
Like today or?
No, next month, the 18th.
First you get educated and then you deal.
So we're looking at about a $4.5 million surplus this year in general.
Is that pretty typical?
It's high.
4.5.
It's high.
It's high. Normally it's around 2.5, somewhere around there. So 2.5, 3, depending. So, but we'll go into the reasons for why that is.
I was going to say, I think the obvious reasons are we've had many unfilled positions, et cetera, et cetera.
Our biggest variance.
We have sucked it, I say this quite bluntly, out of the lifeblood of people who work for the city.
Yeah.
So the GFOA recommends a target balance in working capital between 45 and 90 days of budgeted expenditures. So working capital for municipal government can be equated into unrestricted operating reserve balances in each fund. So, and I didn't know if any of you noticed, but in Appendix 2 at the back of the report listed all of the target balances that we have calculated, but we'll go through them one by one. So for this type of reserve, we have created target balances for each of the funds we've created. So general financial stability and water we've recommended 60 days because there's more volatility in those funds than there is in sewer. So we've used 45 days for sewer because it's less volatile and used 60 days for water and general. So the RCMP reserve, we've calculated that a little bit differently. And because in 2019, for example, we only budgeted the total cost of the RCMP contract at 92%. So what we would put in our minimum reserve balance would be the 8% we didn't budget for, because that's the risk we've taken on. So that's how we calculated that one. And then snow and ice control, we've taken a 10-year average and added 50%.
Mention RCMP, you've got
That too. Are we looking at budgeting for the fact if the RCMP unionizes, that we're going to have to probably have an increase in personnel to stay in line with municipal police forces?
We have accrued for what the RCMP has given us to accrue for because it's their contract negotiation. So we have included that in 2017 and 2018.
So that would be the raises, right, or
Yes.
alleged raises, which haven't
So
happened.
we've tended to take it into account. And that pretty much ate up any surplus we had in RCMP this year.
Thank you.
So in financial stability reserves, we have a minimum target balance of 21.8 million. And we, based on our projected reserve balances, we will meet that. So we won't have, there will be no impact on property taxes. And the big jump between 2018 and 2019 is the fact that we added unallocated surplus to the reserves when it wasn't in there before. So our next is equipment reserves. The equipment reserves are established to provide funding for equipment replacement.
We're at page 47 now, right? Just to, where are we?
So mine is 26, but I don't have an
Sorry?
She's got a
81.
presentation.
Yeah, okay.
Mine's page 9.
I'm just trying to follow along in the material as well, as opposed to the slides. Carry on, just.
Okay. So currently we have 4 operating reserves and 1 statutory reserve in equipment reserves. So our recommendation is to take all the operating reserves, which is the IT, copier, 911, and cart replacement operating reserves, and make them stat reserves. And we would recommend statutory reserves because these reserves have specific annual contributions, or they have reserves have a specific long-term organizational purpose.
Councillor Turley.
Sorry, one more.
No,
Probably
answer away, ask away.
So with regard to the copy replacement reserve,
Yep.
I noted that the actual 10-year, if you base it on per year, replacement is, I'll say around 40,000, and we have a reserve of just over 400,000. Am I reading that right?
So, sorry, in the, okay.
I show on page 19, or 29, I'm sorry.
Okay. Up the,
Property reserve shows that the funds taken out from 2009 to 2018 are just shy of 400,000. So we're facing 10 years, saving 40,000 a year.
right, so over the last couple of years, we haven't renewed lots of our photocopiers because there was some, I'm not sure why we haven't done it, but there was not a lot of, we couldn't decide whether we were going to buy them or lease them.
Yeah, so there was a hold put on
Yeah.
doing anything until a decision was made on the direction that we're taking.
So we will be having, coming up, a bunch of replacements.
So the per year figure that I said is small, is low.
It's low because, it's artificially low because we haven't done a whole, probably in the last 2-3 years.
At least 2 years.
Yeah, since we've done it. So we would have a higher balance in there to account for.
No, that's one thing.
Ms. Gurry and then Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Worship. It was answered. I was just gonna pipe in about the photocopiers because my department's been lacking. And I know why, so I was
Well, the mayor has a new one, that's all he's. Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Your Worship, through Ms. Mercer. I have an issue with this reserve, as I mentioned before, but if a photocopier breaks, does the IT department come in and fix it?
No. We
Like, I
haven't-
mean, if they connect it to the network and all that sort of stuff.
They will troubleshoot it, but if there's something wrong with it, we have to get the supplier to come in. Yeah.
Because I'm wondering, why aren't we just combining all these ones and putting them under the IT department as one reserve? Because chances are they're the ones that are going to be working with all this stuff anyway, unless it's a replacement thing, which they just buy a new one.
Right, so we have chosen to keep it as its own separate reserve because we want to completely keep those. And it's been past practice as well to do it that way. I mean, I guess there is no reason to, you couldn't do it, but we've chosen to keep it that way, to keep them very separate. So IT, infrastructure, what kind of things would be funded from there?
Well, I think the other thing too, a point I'd like to make, with the copier reserve, your department's charged based on the number of copiers you have. Then your charge for your IT equipment is separate. It's based on positions that have desktop computers or laptops connected to the network. So the IT reserve supports our city network. It doesn't pay for desktop replacements, where the computer reserve actually pays for, or the copier reserve actually pays for your copier. The IT reserve pays for things to do with the network, like our ERP system, our enterprise content management system. It pays for servers that support the network. It pays for fiber optic infrastructure. So it pays for that sort of thing. So they are somewhat different, and how the departments are charged for them is somewhat different. So from a planning perspective, it does make sense to have two different reserves, because they do have different types of uses, and how we collect the charges is different.
Full of lives and breathes the reserve world, so she knows, like, it's Green Man for the reserves. She knows everything.
Rain man. Rain woman.
I'm always amazed at what we funded this from it. So target balances. So the GFOA doesn't have a recommendation for equipment reserves on minimum balances. So we've looked for a reasonable approach to calculate a minimum balance. And so what we recommended is that each year the minimum target balance in each of these reserves would contain a contingency amount as well as the planned expenditures for that year from the 10-year plan. So that would be the minimum balance. So based on that, I just want to make note that the recommended target balance, this is only the contingency amount. We have not added in the 10-year plan numbers. We just didn't end up having enough time to do that. There was a lot more work that was involved in that. So we have just taken a calculation for the contingency. With our recommended minimum target calculations, we will need just under $1 million in our equipment reserves for contingency amount. And like I said, these targets are only the contingency amount. And the 1% for the equipment and automated cart replacement is 1% calculated on the 20-year plan investment cost. So it's looking at a much longer view from the 20-year investment plan, and it's taken 1% of that. The IT copier and 911 reserves, we use the 10-year average because these don't have as structured a replacement plan, the equipment and the automated cartridge. So we took a 10-year average rather than a 1% of the replacement costs. So the outcome is all of these reserves would be stat reserves, and the target balance only includes the contingency amount again in this, but the remaining reserve covers the 10-year investment plan amount that's required. So we meet our minimum contingency balance, and the remainder of the reserves cover the 10% or the 10-year plan amount. So we don't need to increase taxes or use it to make up any shortfall.
Councilor Bonner?
Thank you, Worship. Getting back to the equipment depreciation, if I read this correctly on page 20 of the report, there's presently a balance of $6.9 million.
Sorry, Don. what page?
On the report, it's page 20.
Yes, it has a current balance of 6.9.
30?
Page 30 of the agenda.
Never figure out which page. So my question here is because there's a fair amount of money in there, and that's just for the equipment depreciation reserve, could that have been used, in theory, to buy trucks, new ones, as opposed to replacing trucks?
There is a component of the equipment depreciation fund that funds fleet. So they do fund new trucks and as a part of this reserve. Oh, but you're talking for garbage trucks.
Garbage trucks, yes.
When did you want to ask? Like, we wouldn't have enough.
No, because we have a long-term replacement plan for our equipment depreciation reserve. So while the balance may look large in 2018, we have things coming up in future years that we are saving up for, and we need to also maintain that minimum balance in case we have an early failure of a vehicle. So it made the most sense when we automated. We used what we had available for replacement of sanitation units from the equipment depreciation reserve, and then we did borrowing for the balance with the repayment from the user fees, because user fees should be paying for that sanitation.
Well, and the reason I guess I'm kind of going at this thing is to me, if it's 10 years, during that 10 years, we're also going to be putting money back into this fund.
Yeah.
So
There's peaks and valleys in the
it goes up and
purchases.
down.
I mean, Karen left. We have a few fire trucks coming up in the next
Very
few years
expensive.
that are an expensive outlay. We also, some of the heavy equipment that they use out of Public Works, those are expensive purchases. You know, some years it's just pickups and the purchases are small, but some purchases can be significant, you know, over $100,000 for one vehicle we're buying.
But that's, you know, this $6.9 million, right? So what I'm trying to figure out here is could we just use this fund for purchasing vehicles, brand new ones? Because we're always going to be putting money back into the fund. It seems to me that we have $6.9 million that we're never going to use because we take a little bit out and we put some more back in. And I can't really ever see us needing $6.9 million tomorrow to buy a whole bunch of trucks unless we get hit by meteors.
So you might want to just talk about how the fleet rates are calculated, because that might help.
Sorry, Mr. Sims?
Just suggest maybe talking about how the fleet rates are calculated, because that might help contribute to that discussion.
Yeah, so all the units do pay fleet rates into the reserve, and that is based on the future replacement of the vehicle. So a portion for that, a portion for their repair and maintenance, their fuel, their insurance, so that they are covering all the costs of operating that vehicle, as well as putting money into the reserve for future replacement. Like, we're looking long-term. We did look at all our options when we looked at buying sanitation units, and it didn't, borrowing was the best option that made the most sense with what we were doing.
Oh, I'm not arguing the point. I'm just trying to figure out, it seems that there's going to be a lot of money in this account that will never be used because we keep topping it up.
But we keep spending it.
And that's fine, but it could easily be $3 million and we just keep spending it and keep topping it up. That's what I'm asking is, does it need to be $6.9 million?
But that's just the balance at the end of 2018. If you looked at all the 5 years, that balance goes up and down. It's not always 6.9.
So when we go to buy the fire truck, you're going to see that balance just drop.
By 1.5, right? About 1.5 million for a fire truck? Yeah, so we drop down right off the bat.
But we still have 6.4, I mean 5.4.
I know what Councillor Baller's getting at, but I think what they're trying to say is that you might spend $6 million next year because we have to get 4 new fire trucks. So it's not like this is a...
That wasn't a recommendation.
You stepped out the very moment we started this discussion, and I thought that was perfect.
So it wasn't a
So my question is, police cars don't come out of this, right? No, it's not. And if that did, then you would need more than that.
But I was going to say, drive like crazy people all up there.
So, Your Worship, this may be one of those things where we could go away and come back and give you a little more clarity on the timelines as opposed to a point in time, and maybe a little clarity would help balance and try to find a way that talks about the need for a certain amount of balance, and it will fluctuate. And so,
Yeah, because really, when I have my reserve spreadsheets, I'm looking 10 years out based on the 10-year project planning from the department. So you're looking at one little snapshot in time. We're looking 10 years to make sure over the 10 years we have
maybe
sufficient
what we can
funding.
do is give the council the benefit of a 10-year look without all the minutiae, like sort of how that gets fixed, so you kind of get the picture. And then this is a point in time, which is, I think, talking.
Yeah, we're looking very long range when we're looking on the financial planning side.
And if I may, this is not being the best accountant in the world by any way, shape, or form. Because I was looking at the fund that we have to cover taxes if some people don't pay their taxes. And it never ever went down more than $100,000 a year, but there was $2.5 million in there. So to me, it makes sense if to have a fund, $500,000 would be fine, because it never ever goes down more than $100,000 a year. And then that money could be used for something else. That's kind of my thinking on this, which is probably wrong.
And back in the day, there was a $2 million, that's the balance that they wanted in there. And there was more, I think, volatility around industrial tax. So when mills go down, we could potentially be losing, or they'd be defaulting on their payments and those kind of things. So I think that's where that $2 million number came from. But we are recommending transferring that balance into the facility or financial stability reserve and using it as part of that overall 60 days worth of funding, so that we wouldn't have that specific reserve anymore. It would be going to use.
So if I may, just because you mentioned bills, I assume you're talking about the RMAC situation where they literally couldn't pay their taxes, we didn't have the income, we dipped into the reserve money to keep our cash flow steady so everybody's paycheck there. Basically what
It's kind of like a water leveling reserve for taxes, basically. So next is our infrastructure reserves. And infrastructure reserves are established to provide funding for infrastructure replacement and new and upgraded infrastructure required due to growth. So the reserves, these reserves are used to fund cities' portions of DCC projects, which are defined by law to do. They also include that. And so we currently have 7 operating reserves and 6 statutory reserves for infrastructure. So our recommendations are we change the NDSS Community Fields Reserve from an operating to a statutory reserve. And the purpose for this reserve is it provides capital improvements to the NDSS fields. And the revenue source is an agreement between the school district and the city. And annual contributions and net field revenues are going into here. And so the reason why we would recommend a stat reserve is because the reserve facilitates a contractual requirement, which is we have agreement with the school district, and it has specific annual contributions. And so that's why we require that one. We recommend that one to be a stat. We would establish minimum target balances for these reserves listed. And we would transition out $4 million from the general capital reserve to the general financial stability reserve. And once all of the funding was used in this reserve, we would eliminate it. We do have some current year funding coming out of that.
Councillor Turley?
Sorry,
Yeah,
no. With regard to the cemetery care reserve, say just shy of 600,000. It appears over the last 10 years, nothing's been taken out of it. Yet it states the cemetery care statutory reserve established provides funding for ongoing care of the cemetery.
Right, and we are statutorily required to keep that one under the Cemetery Act, the Cemetery Care Act. And we haven't looked at doing, I think they were going to use that for a bigger project of, I think there's some rules around what we can and can't do. But I'm not 100% sure on that. But I do know we are required to have that as a stat fund because the Cemetery Care Act requires us to.
Yeah, I see that. I just curious why there's never been anything to it.
Yeah, and I, to be honest, I can't answer why we haven't used that. It may be because there's specific requirements to be used for that, and we haven't done any of that kind of work.
Is it going to follow up on that? Because we have all those missing graves and all that are supposed to be done. Would could that money be used to fund that project? Because I think we need to start moving on that one.
I would have to see we'd have to follow up on what that could be used for, because I think there's specific rules around.
Which I know that's coming to council pretty soon about what are we doing. I mean, we get lots of emails from different people on what are we doing with that, and I don't know where the funding can come for that. So that's just a question.
No urgency
At all, zero urgency. Like, I mean, 6 months is fine.
They're not going anywhere.
Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Worship. The facility development reserve, have we hit that yet, or is that in this piece? Facility development.
Yes, that was, oh no, we're coming up on properties, I think.
Okay, I'll wait.
No, which one is that in? Okay.
Okay, so it is in the sector.
Yes, it is, there it is, right. I've got so many on the page.
Property reserves.
The facility development.
Facility development reserve. So that's money that we can use to develop new facilities in our parks and other places.
Right.
Correct?
We put 20% away of certain revenue sources each year, or each month into that reserve, and then we pay for projects out.
So my question is, then could that be used to help pay for some of the Bevan Park master plan that we're looking at?
Is that capital?
So it can be used for projects that that facility would then contribute to the reserve. So certain projects in the Bevan Park Master Plan would meet the criteria. Other ones would not, because they would not be generating revenue that would contribute to the reserve. So yes, for some of it, definitely.
Mr. Harding, did you want to say something?
Just wanted to say one aspect. Over the last few years, because of our aging facilities and other components, we have been using a lot of that reserve for operating capital to keep our facilities up and current. So although initially it was put in place just for new builds, over the years we've used it to actually keep our assets current and up to date, which we think is appropriate use of it.
So, but if that's for operating, shouldn't that be coming out of taxation? Like, shouldn't it put that back in the budget, sort of things, or?
They're operating capital, so the capital and improvements to the facilities.
Okay.
So it's statutory and operating reserves. It was the operating reserve side.
So as with the equipment reserves, GFOA doesn't have a recommendation for minimum balances for infrastructure reserves. So again, we had to look for reasonable criteria to calculate that. And again, we came up with a minimum balance would include a contingency amount as well as a planned expenditure that's identified in the 10-year plan. And so with our recommendations for minimum target calculations, we will need about 8.4 million in our infrastructure reserves for the contingency amount only. We have not included the 10-year plan in this one either. And a note that we dealt with the facility development reserve differently, as we are currently undertaking a facility condition assessment review to assess the condition of all our facilities. And this will give us better projection numbers of what's going to need to be done in the next 10, 20 years. So our projection could change in the future to using the 0.25% of the replacement cost, but currently our plan isn't robust enough to actually give a good estimate of what that minimum should be.
Councillor Bonner.
So just for, I had a problem with understanding this, the contingency part.
Yep.
I thought, I kind of understood that as meaning what it would cost to operate the facility in case no revenue came in. Is that correct?
No, the contingency would be of what if something failed, an unplanned event, like an unplanned,
Fire.
but yeah, so, or yeah, fire or some piece of equipment failed or whatnot. That would be, we would have enough money to cover that over and above what we had already committed to do in the 10-year plan. So if it was operating, if it was a loss of operating revenue and that kind of thing, we could use the financial stability reserves for that. This is more of an asset replacement or that kind of thing. So if we had unplanned or early failure of something, building equipment, we would be funding it from these reserves.
Question.
Councillor Armstrong.
Again, I'm just going back. So like, when the police have to bring in those extra things because it's now mandated by law, like they had to bring in one of those chambers, whatever, would that come from that reserve fund or does that come from the operating fund? They had to bring in a chamber, it was like $25,000, like to process fentanyl, like it was mandated by law.
Well, because that's an operating
So it'd
agreement.
be under operating? Okay, thanks.
Councillor Bonner.
Sorry, Mark, just another question. So this
I was worried your presentation would not attract much attention to the night before.
No, I knew Councillor Bonner was going to have
That's good though.
So I'm looking at this fund and the vehicle replacement fund. So we're basically replacing equipment on both of these funds.
No, this is just, well, yeah, these are just facilities, so infrastructure or pipes in the ground or,
Well, I don't.
Equipment has minimum for vehicle, the equipment depreciation reserve is vehicles, vehicle replacements and bonies. So they have 4 wheels and then we have some bones that are from the fire department. Whereas this equipment is like chillers, mechanical, HVAC systems, so equipment versus fleet.
And I understand what the thing,
Yeah.
to me, it's just machinery that's getting replaced. So in the event that, say something seriously happened and we lost all 4 coolers, right? And we didn't have enough money to replace them, could we pull something out of the vehicles thing because it's a statutory reserve, right? Okay.
But you can look at your asset management reserve. That's why it's important to have our asset management reserve with an adequate minimum balance, because that would be, we looked at our facility development reserve, then our next option would be looking at our general asset management reserve.
I think council has, part of this is establishing what our risk is and planning for the risk, the expected risk. So the likelihood is the outcome would be catastrophic, the probability is low, so you gotta balance it as where's the sweet spot in terms of our funding envelope, before you can take that across the board. So what's our risk tolerance for snow removal or one of those easier ones to get your head around? That's sort of part of this. It's good best practice, but what's our risk tolerance as well? We might choose to go lower because we can, and probably low likelihood, but you never know.
Councillor Turley and Councillor Brown.
So, 2 questions that were somewhat related. Sewer reserve and sewer asset management reserve, and then water reserve and water asset management reserve. Why the 2 separate? What does each one stand for?
right. So the sewer and water asset management reserves deal with replacement and replacement, whereas the operating sewer and water can deal with, say, operational items. Whereas, so there's projects that wouldn't necessarily fall under the general asset or the water and sewer asset management reserve fund. We couldn't fund them out of there, but we could fund them out of the operating. So the combination of the 2 is what the target balance would be, because we have.
Yeah, so for example, sewer and water, of course, by different utilities. So if you look at the sewer asset management reserve, we fund asset renewal projects from there. We can't fund any operating projects from there, only capital projects. And we also can fund from there the city's portion of a DCC project. So when we do a DCC project, part is DCC funding and a portion is allocated to existing residents. Plus we also have our assist factor. Then for the sewer operating reserve, that's where our net funding, so at the end of the year, we have our sewer revenue that we collect, we have our operating expenses, then the revenue generally exceeds the expenses. That goes into the sewer reserve, and that funds operating projects and capital projects. And those could be new projects, they could be strategic projects, but they could also be renewal projects. And that reserve allows us to also fund operating projects, so internal orders, which we cannot fund from our sewer asset management reserve. So there's some projects that could fit into both reserves, but there's some that very specifically only fit into one of the reserves.
So just to follow up, if I might, Your Worship, so under the water asset management reserve, do the principal payments for the water treatment center come from there, or is that totally different?
the debt repayment comes from sewer user fees, which is all part of operating. So, yeah.
That's why I figured.
Yeah. So just to recap, that we would meet all of we would meet our minimum target contingency, and we have enough in there to fund our 10-year project plan amounts. So there would be no impact on property taxes or user fees for these reserves. Parking. So parking reserves are established to provide funding for the renewal of parking infrastructure and new parking infrastructure. So we currently have 2 operating reserves and 1 stat reserve. So our recommendation is to change the parking operating reserve to a stat reserve. And the purpose of this reserve is to fund renewal of parking infrastructure or new parking infrastructure. That's the net parking revenues each month go into this reserve. And currently it's been sitting as an operating reserve. And we would recommend it as a stat reserve because there's specific annual contributions and it has specific long-term objectives or organizational purpose. So that's why we recommend making it a stat reserve.
Councillor Bonner. You mentioned specific contributions, but
So the specific contribution would be the monthly revenue from the parking operations.
that's not
It could not be, it's from a specific source. It's not necessarily a specific amount. Some are specific amounts, but most are specific sources. So when we get into some of the other ones where we have casino revenue and Fortis revenue going into them, it's a source, it's not a set amount every year. So we have, these are the 3 reserves, and we've recommended no target balances for these because we didn't want to unduly limit funding for projects, as the parking reserve is usually not the only funding source for parking projects. It's usually parking reserve first and general asset management reserve second.
Councillor Thorpe?
Thank you, Your Worship. Through you, Ms. Mercer, I'm going to confess that I've never really understood the Old City Parking Reserve and why that is a separate entity.
Right, so the Old City Parking, the money going in there are cash and lieu payments received from developers to fund off-street parking in the Old City Quarter. Now, according to the community charter, we are required to keep that money in a statutory reserve and fund parking projects in the Old City Quarter. And so we're statutorily required to do that, and that's why we've kept that. The Fitzwilliam Street Parking Reserve is a legacy one, and we're going to have to do a bit of digging into that one because we're not quite sure what that can be used for at this point. So,
Is it fair to say, though, that the balance that Councillor Thorpe, Old City Parking Reserve, it's $90,891?
yeah, it's
I'm going to assume really one can't do anything with that unless we supplemented it with a significant capital investment from general revenue or whatever the case may be. Is that fair to say?
yes. And I think, I don't know, Bill, if you want to comment on that. I don't think there's very much they can do in the Old City.
No, and partly for that reason, we brought in the new parking bylaw, and under the changes that were done provincially under legislation, councils can now use that money for things other than off-street parking. So the parking bylaw expanded the cash and lieu area beyond just the downtown, but also expanded what we can use those monies for, including for active transportation.
You anticipate every question. That's exactly what I was going to ask. Something slightly more innovative. Yes, Councillor Bonner.
And through Ms. Lindsay, could it also be used to set up a system where residents have their cars, have permits for the cars to be on the streets, so that we know what cars are supposed to be on the streets and what ones aren't?
Well, we do that in some we do that in some neighborhoods now, with parking for residents only. I think we could do that separately than using the funds from this.
Okay.
Sorry, what I was going to say too is a relatively small amount of money that's in that reserve. It's been in place, I think, 25 years or more, and at the time we were getting $3,000 per stall. So a relatively small amount of money was going in there, so it needs That's reflective of that. And you increased it, I know, under the bylaw, I don't remember off the top of my head if it's 5,000 or 10,000, but we certainly increased it under the new bylaw.
And here's a chart that shows the projected balances of these parking reserves over the next year. And no impact on property taxes or user fees at this point, because we've instituted no minimum target balances. Property reserves. So the city undertakes a wide range of land acquisitions each year, including rights of ways for utilities, land for road widening, new parkland, as well as land for civics, facilities, and projects. So the city currently has 2 statutory reserves and 1 operating reserve for the purchase and sale of land. Both of the statutory reserves are required under the community charter, and those are for parkland dedication and property sales reserve.
Councillor Armstrong?
A question on that. So last year we purchased Lindley Valley, right? But we do nothing for maintenance. Is there going to be a thing so that there's mandatory maintenance for those parks? Because we accumulate all this land, but I don't believe in, Mr. Harding, correct me if I'm wrong, we're not increasing that budget to do the maintenance or the staff to do the maintenance of these trails. Like we hear complaints about the bike trail there by the parkway that it's not maintained or whatever. Is that being looked at, like we're going to build a maintenance reserve for these? You know what I mean?
Your worship, good on so something like Lindley Valley, as we finish up the master plan and planning for it, then that plan and the improvements that we do will then dictate the operating standards for it. So fortunately, we're a little behind on getting that plan done and then doing some improvements. We do have some funds in for just maintaining the way it's right now, but definitely we do have a lot of parks that we have acquired, which we haven't built yet or improved to the standard that maybe the public wants, and that those will increase our operating when we do that.
So question on that. So would we be wise then as a council to set aside when we're doing these that a certain set amount, like for the sake of argument, let's say, and I'm just using this dollar, $100,000 must be set aside from the budget to maintain that park when we do the purchase? Is that a possibility, or because we do a lot of purchases and like we're not doing the maintenance?
And I think that would go along with Mr. Harding's operating plan because you could put that aside, but if he doesn't have the resources to do that.
But that's what I'm saying, but that's why we would have to have the resources to do that, because there's no point buying all this stuff if it's going to cost us money later because we're not maintaining it, or people can't use it, or a lawsuit. That's what I'm saying, like, are we looking at, when we're doing these purchasing, should there be an additional staff person added to manage these things?
Worship, I think that's a good point. I think with every acquisition and every expansion of our system, be it roads and infrastructure, there's an incremental increase in responsibility. So council should probably always be asking the question, as well as staff, what is the impact on operating for this particular issue? I think that's a good question to ask in general, not just with park acquisition. But what's the implication by taking this on that's going to be there on the operating side? Because inevitably there is an operating impact, and we often are guilty of not talking about that when we think only of the capital piece of it. So I think it's a good point, generally speaking, and maybe that's what we should think of in our principles around financial management that we could put in there as a good idea.
Councillor Brown?
Yeah, the full I think it's often left out, and part of it is probably because it can be hard to sort of calculate, but I think it does impact decision making or potentially, and under financial implications or whatever in the reporting structure, I think it's something that would be nice if we started to work towards.
That could be something we add to reports too when they come forward, just to say what is the potential ongoing operating costs.
Yeah, and just in addition to is that I think local governments in general are often guilty of adopting a lot of plans because the planning part is really easy, but some of those plans can have so many implication items that are just an impossibility, especially when those plans start stacking up on each other.
Property reserves, they're established to, so our recommendations are that we take the operating property acquisition reserve and make it a stat reserve. And the property acquisition reserves is used to acquire property, but there's no statutory requirement around the use of that money. And most often it's come from an allocation of surplus. That's what's gone into that reserve. And we recommend a stat reserve because it has specific long-term organizational purpose. So it's funding future land purchases to expand city infrastructure or to implement strategic initiatives for Parkland. So that's our recommendation. So we would have 3 statutory reserves.
Shirley? Sorry.
Oh, maybe you're coming to that. I was going to ask about property acquisition reserve and where the contributions of 5.6 million came from.
In the Parkland acquisition?
No, property acquisition reserve, page 38.
Clear combined.
Is this allocation of budget or operating surplus?
Most,
Maybe it's page 28, no, it's 38. There's 2 page numbers on each page.
oh, okay,
Page 28.
it's 28. So what was your number again? Where did these?
It's either 38 or 28, and property acquisition reserve, 5.6 million was contributed to the reserve.
And that would have come mainly through allocation of surplus. Most of the money gone into that one comes from there. The other 2 have established revenue sources, so sale of land or that kind of thing, so, yeah. Again, the outcome of all this, they'll all be statutory reserves and there's no impact on property taxes or user fees. So they're kind of static over the next 5 years because we don't know when sales and whatnot are coming in, or we don't know if we're going to have future allocations, surplus allocations. So strategic reserves. And these are established to provide funding for strategic initiatives identified by council. And currently we have 1 statutory reserve and 5 operating reserves that fall into this category. Our recommendations for our strategic reserves are to change the strategic infrastructure reserve from an operating reserve to a stat. And the purpose of this reserve provides funding for strategic initiatives and capital infrastructure. And the revenue source for this one is annual casino and Fortis revenues. So, and we recommend that a stat reserve is applicable here because there are specific annual contributions going into this reserve.
Councillor Markman?
Thank you, through the chair. So with our operating reserves, though, we have a little more flexibility. Why are we moving something where we have flexibility into something that's more restrictive under the statutory?
So we would do that to make sure that that money is specifically expensed on items that are outlined in the bylaw. So we're very specific about what we can use that money for. Whereas if we left it in reserve, in operating reserve,
Okay.
you could, if something came up, you could take money from it. And that isn't necessarily best
practice?
Yeah. Yeah. So like, for example, the city of Victoria, most of their reserves are statutory. And even their facility or their financial stability reserves, I believe they're all statutory. So we've kind of taken a balanced approach on it.
So, Your Worship, this is a philosophical conversation, which is we think we need to get to with council is philosophically, how do you want to manage your money? This all fits under the definition for me of fiscal discipline. And how much, and where do you need it and how much latitude do you need for other things? So given the large sums of money and the responsibility in the public sector, you probably need to err more on this fiscal discipline side, but you need to have, I think you want to have the discretion. So we're trying to do 2 things here, tell you what these reserves are, that they exist, what they're for, and where we're suggesting they get to. But that's a philosophical conversation embedded in all of this. So when we come back, we need to think about those types of things. Where do we land on risk management? Where do we land on flexibility versus fiscal discipline, and those types of concepts. So just trying to kind of get those major themes out to you today to think about. This is not one way to do it. There's a variety of ways. Some places we are very restricted in our latitude, and in other areas we're not. Maybe through a couple of versions of this, we'll get to a place where we're really clear where we're at on all that type of things.
Councillor Martin, did you have a question? Councillor Martin, did you have a question?
Oh, no, I'm good now, thank you.
Councillor Bonner?
Thank you, Worship. So both the Fortis and the casino revenues, this was a recent change. They used to be going into general revenues at one time. So now, and you're recommending that we kind of lock it into this one.
Right.
And does this fund, it's something we can use for anything that council kind of thinks that they strategically would like to do over the next little period of time?
We would, yes, we would come back to you and ask you what kind of parameters we'd like to put around that. But currently, what we have funded out of there are $600,000 a year for property acquisition. We have $300 a year for pedestrian transportation projects. And we have, in the future, budgeted the repayment of the waterfront walkway debt. So those are the things that currently are in the 5-year financial plan to come out of this reserve. But yes, that's up to council's direction as to what you would like the parameters to be on that.
Yeah, and from a philosophical point of view, both of these revenue is at the whim of basically two organizations that we don't have control over. And so I could only see it going into a fund where it really didn't matter if they were there next year or not. So that's right.
So there is some, you're right, there is some volatility with regards to this revenue.
So if we earmark it for repayment of the walkway and the money disappears, then we're going to go back to the taxpayers at that point.
That's the risk, yes.
I'm keeping the casino going.
As long as it stays downtown.
Or you have to step it up a bit.
I'm just, I'm having trouble identifying, it made sense when I read through it, but just now I went and looked back, and so under strategic initiative reserves, I'm not seeing where the strategic operational reserve is. In the final summary of the existing reserve summary.
So you're looking for which ones we're operating?
Yeah, I'm just not seeing the strategic operational reserve. There's sort of there's a table at the very end that summarizes all of the current reserves. There's housing legacy, regional emissions, strategic infrastructure, strategic partnerships, and sustainability reserve.
Oh, I see, and it's not included in there. Because we don't have a current balance in there because you're looking at this, a special initiatives operating reserve, is that the one you're looking at?
Yeah.
Yeah, so we would be creating that one, and the revenue source for that would be allocations come from year-end surplus allocation. So we wouldn't, until the end of 2019, you wouldn't potentially see a balance in there until...
Right, so this is a new reserve that we're creating.
Yes. Yep.
Gotcha.
Yep.
Great. Thank you.
Sorry.
Councillor Brown?
With respect to, you said $600K for property acquisition? Would best practices, if that's a set amount that council wants to establish every year for property acquisition, would best practices be to take that through like just general taxation rather than?
That is where it originally was. It was originally budgeted from general taxation. And the 600,000 was a calculation of 1% of taxes beyond scope.
Significant time.
Yes, yeah. So, and if there was no appetite with our previous, like Brian Clemens, our previous director of finance, took it before our council a few times and there was no appetite to increase it, so it stayed at 600. But it was originally come out of general taxation.
And so now it comes out of casino or fort. Okay. So that may be something we would want to consider in a future budgeting session. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Gissel.
Just to follow up on that question through the chair, is that general practice in other jurisdictions for a 1% going into property acquisition, or is it quite variable?
I think it's probably variable, but I'm not sure. Do you know when? Yeah, so we
Worship,
have to look at that.
part of this will hinge on what our property, a refresh of our property management strategy looks like. Council has talked in its strategic sessions about a focus on the downtown, be proactive to facilitate development opportunities. We could take the same with parks, we could take the same with housing, sort of, you kind of figure out what the goalposts are in a broader sense, and then try to establish a reasonable number and sources of funding to achieve that. So we've not really visited that in a strategic way with this new council. There's a property strategy that I think you received from a few years ago, but we've not really said, okay, for this council, for this strategic plan, and I believe this is one of those items that needs to fall under one of the focus areas in the strategic plan as an action item. That becomes a matter of timing. So how do we should probably, right now we'd be probably picking a number out of the air. And then secondly, it's try to right-size that number and then right-size the sourcing for that depending on the type of property acquisition. So I think there's quite an opportunity here to align this topic with your direction. It's just not quite there yet.
So that,
Councillor Gaspar.
is that a conversation that we can line up further down the
Yeah, I
track?
think it's coming out of the strategic planning, and you could expect to see some kind of line item on the focus of action plan for the focus areas under either economic health or wherever this one particularly falls. It could fit under a couple of categories. So, and certainly anything that's coming out of that can be pushed ahead and accelerated depending on council's set of priorities. So we just launched the strategic plan on the website today. That was the goal. And with 2 weeks of public input and coming back to council in April with sort of a list of things, and we can start to accelerate things quicker once we get going on that. So this is a great example of tying things together.
I don't want to for a moment suggest that I have a read on every member of council, but my general sense is that this is probably a council that's more interested in more significant land acquisitions than perhaps other councils have been, and perhaps interested in setting aside sums that are more reflective of current land values than might have been the case historically.
Perhaps you're right.
I don't think I'm wrong in that discussion, and the staff, I think, is becoming increasingly conscious of that view. Having said that, and hearing no one protesting loudly, please carry on, Ms. Mercer. This is an excellent presentation.
So we also recommend changing the housing legacy operating reserve to a statutory reserve. And the purpose of this reserve is to provide funding to support affordable housing. So this year we've budgeted the shower program and affordable housing strategy to be paid out of here. And the revenue sources are annual budget allocations, and as well as starting in 2019, the online application platform, hotel tax, will be going in here as well. And we recommend a stat reserve because the reserve has specific annual contributions. And lastly, we would create a brand new special initiatives operating reserve, which we'd already talked about. And the purpose would be to fund short-term initiatives. So we may not use it every year, but it gives council the flexibility to respond to emerging issues that require short-term funding and minimize the impact on taxes.
Councillor Gesselbrock and Councillor Bonner.
So yeah, I'm just looking at, it says summary of recommendations at the end, and there's a line that says strategic operating reserve balance to strategic statutory reserve.
It's O on the list, it's O.
Page 45.
And it's O.
We have,
It's on the computer. It's on the computer, it's O. It's under your list of certain thoughts.
oh, I think,
It's just changing it.
I just think it's just changing from the operating to a strict stat.
So we try to use it for housing stuff.
Okay, so the strategic operating reserve was meant to be the strategic infrastructure reserve in that line? I just,
I think it might have been,
Goes from operating to statutory.
Yeah, I think this is.
I think it's just there's a word missing in there.
okay.
Yeah.
So what words, or I'm just,
Strategic infrastructure.
okay. To make it a statutory.
It's funny how many times you can read a document but not actually catch all the words.
Oh,
There's another one in
man,
there.
this is a lot of work.
Yeah, no, and I found another one and I'm like, how could we have missed that? But anyway,
Because you put it in yourself.
yeah.
You see it there.
But that's focused on the infrastructure, not to do with this other
No,
strategic
no,
operating.
yeah, no. And the problem is strategic gets used quite a few times, so it's keeping
Yeah.
track of the right one.
Yeah.
So our recommendation for minimum target balances, so for the strategic infrastructure statutory reserve would be the only one we would recommend a minimum balance for. And we recommend 15% of the annual Fortis and casino revenue contributions. And we use 15% as a conservative estimate. So GFOA recommends between 45 and 90 days contingency. So approximately 45 days of equals about 12%. So we round it up and said 15%. It's really just a conservative estimate. It's the risk we would take in the volatility of those revenues. Kind of like if they disappeared, that's a different story. But if 1 year casino revenues go down and we get paid less, this could cover that.
Councillor Bonner?
Thank you, Your Worship. But what is this fund to be? Isn't it just things that we want to do each year?
Yes, there is, yes, so this fund is things that we've already committed or you could change during the budget. Some
So
of the things.
why would it need a minimum balance if,
Debt service.
well,
If we continue with debt servicing, yes, we would.
if you're going to use it out of that, yeah, okay. So I figured if it's something we could just spend it as we see fit as a council. It wouldn't necessarily need a minimum budget. Okay, but if we are doing long-term payments out of it?
Yeah, because we could take the 600,000 out and put that into, fund it from general taxation. And I guess you could say the same thing for the pedestrian transportation projects or fund it from somewhere else.
Because I'm thinking of it, if council decides to make a strategic purchase of infrastructure or design something or build something, wouldn't the operating and long-term thing then revert to regular? This now has become a council initiative, it's done. And so anything further would then start coming out of the regular budget, I would think at that point.
If you instituted something that was ongoing, yes, then the general operation would.
The other thing to keep in mind with the strategic infrastructure reserve and having a target minimum balance is, say, for example, in 2019, we are projecting what our Fortis revenue and casino revenue will be, but of course that's subject to the payments that we receive, but we have projects funded from that reserve. If we fully spent everything we thought we were going to get, we could have a problem at the end of the year if revenue is lower than anticipated. By having a target minimum balance, that means when we go to fund projects from that reserve, we're projecting to have an ending balance in that reserve, and that allows for that potential volatility in the revenues that come in so that we're not short at the end of the year, that we spent all the money for the projects we were planning, but the revenue is less than anticipated.
I'm going to go back to my philosophical point here. We could easily lose, for whatever reason, Fortis and the casino if they decided to move to landfill next year, right? I don't think we should be doing long-term projects out of a fund that could really dry up in a year from now. Not that it's probably going to, but that to me that's a risk that I would be less inclined to do.
And those would be the kind of things that we would look for direction from as a council. So here is the strategic reserves, and like I say, only one minimum target balance, and that's was 432,000. None of the other ones have. Again, only one minimum target balance was created, and there's no impact on property taxes or user fees from these reserves. So all the other reserves that didn't have a home in one of the other places lives in other reserves, And so the remaining reserves fulfill either a specific administrative function, comply with the bequest, or are for short-term purposes. So we have one statutory reserve here, and it's called the Knowles Estate Reserve Fund. And in 2007, we received a bequest from the Knowles family, and the stipulations on this money is only the accumulated interest can be spent for parks and sports facility improvements in the south end of Nanaimo. The original lump sum cannot be touched. So the only thing that we have been able to use as a funding source is the interest earned on this money.
He also left the family home, as I recall, with the property to the city as well for a park, isn't that correct?
That's correct. Park for sure, measurable home.
I did the estate. It's a small town still.
It is.
It is, especially the south.
So the other ones have more of a short-term use, where the one of the larger ones that fluctuates each year is the prior year carry forward reserve. So at the end of the year, any funds that we need to carry forward get dumped into that reserve, but then used throughout the year. And then in theory, that reserve should be zero at the end of the year. We can use these reserves for, we talked about the MSP transition. That's where we would put one of like that kind of money. We'll talk about post-employment benefits as well. That's something that we'll be bringing forward next week in our surplus report to start putting money into a reserve for that and budgeting for it.
Councillor Chairman? Yes, thank you, Your Worship, through to
Ms. Mercer.
Ms. Mercer.
It's been a long session. It's okay.
I didn't use the wrong name. Lived that name. Anyway, my question is with regard to the Fire Training Center reserve contributions. Now, I see this is net facility revenues were contributed to this reserve and ended in 2015. So what happens now?
So what we're recommending is eliminate this reserve when the funding is used to renew or improve the fire training center. Ms. Fry can comment on that about what kind of things are coming up for that. But we would recommend once it's used up to not use that reserve.
Want me to comment on it? So the fire training center, we've invested money out of our training academy. We put it through into the reserve to update our training center since we use a lot for our training academy. We went to tender last year in 2016 to add a training tower there, but the project came back a little too expensive, so we're just sitting on it right now, and we just got a five-year update on the status of the training center. So we're holding on to it. We haven't put any more money into it. But we have had a structural repair, our structural accountant saying the building's good for another 5 years, so we're just going to continue on with that. And we're looking at ways that we can implement some of the things that we were looking at doing at the training center in our new fire station at no additional cost.
Thank you. Perfect.
And so there's really no impact on taxes or user fees from these reserves. And there is the big jump between 2018 and 2019 is the drop is due to carry forward balances are included in the 2018 reserve, and we would be in theory using those all up during 2019. So again, they would, if we had carry forwards again at 2019, we would see that 2019 reserve balance pop back up after we've done our carry forwards.
Councillor Bonner. Thank you, Worship. Carry forwards is interesting. What happens with a carry forward that is actually canceled? I noticed some of them are delayed, some of them aren't started yet, but some are actually outright canceled. What happens to that?
So any of the funding sources like reserves and that, the money just stays in the reserve. General capital funding generally just goes into the general surplus. So it goes into the surplus calculation.
Yes, anything funded from property taxation, it goes into the surplus calculation if that project's canceled. But as you'll see from this Mercer's report next week, very little of the surplus is related to projects. Because we also don't fund a significant amount of our projects from property taxation. The majority of our projects are funded from reserve
Based on if all of our recommendations are taken, are adopted, this is what our reserves will look like over the next 5 years. So when they're broken down, the total overall, and then broken down by type. Just more of a graphical display of what the reserves will look like. The biggest chunk being infrastructure reserves. This reserve shows the breakdown in a pie graph form of what percentage each of the reserves makes up. And the infrastructure, equipment, and parking reserves have annual, budgeted annual contributions. The rest of them generally do not. In the event that surplus is used for other purposes, you would need to increase taxes to replenish any reserve that has dropped below its minimum balance, which we discussed before. And you could either do that through an allocation of the surplus for the year, or you can budget the replenishment over 1 to 3 years. So we'll just kind of quickly go through the policy that was created out of all of this research. So the policy outlines the guidelines and principles, guiding principles and objectives. The processes and purpose and procedures are developed to achieve the objectives outlined in the policy. That's really what that graph is displaying. So the purpose of the reserve policy is to establish responsible governance for the city's reserves, establish roles and responsibilities, define principles and objectives for reserve management, and ensure the city's reserve management is compliant with statutory and legal requirements and is in accordance with the Canadian public sector accounting standards. And all of our financial policies will follow this same structure. So when we see the debt reserve or the debt policy, the same structure was taken in creating that. And these are the things that we considered when we were creating the reserves policy. And just for some clarity around affordability and what that means, is it means the city will consider the impact on property taxes, utility, and other user fees when implementing and managing the reserves. So we will take that into account when we create these reserves. The other ones. So next steps. So we will be asking our auditors, our external auditors, KPMG, to review this policy. Like I said, we've got a question out to them now regarding the reallocation of unallocated surplus. Other municipalities have done that, so we don't anticipate any issue with with us allocating that to our financial stability reserves. So based on feedback from council and staff, we will finalize the reserve policy. We will draft the statutory reserve bylaws and bring all of that to council for adoption. The implementation plan, we plan to have this reserve policy fully implemented for the 2020 to 2024 financial plan process and have it fully implemented for the 2019 financial statements. So the financial statements we'll do a bit earlier than the plan, so that's why we won't have it ready to do for this year's plan. And that is it.
Councillor Bonner. Thank you, Worship. On that last note, do you set the parameters in terms of how much money is in each reserve in the bylaw, or is that done through a policy outside of the bylaw?
You can have it in the policy or in the bylaw because, like the Knowles Reserve, it stipulates that has the minimum balance in there is set amount. You could do that. You might want to make it generic enough that you don't have to change that every year if you set an amount in a bylaw, but you could have it strictly in the policy as to what balances you want to use. So you could do it either way. But it just depends on how.
And which way are you recommending?
Policy.
Okay.
Unless in the circumstances like the Knowles Reserve.
Councillor Brown? We intend to provide feedback on this today. It's not clear on the process.
If you would like to provide us some feedback today, we're welcome for that. If you want us to come back.
Your Worship, we were wondering about your comfort zone in terms of today is a lot to absorb. So try to get it explained to you. We have monthly finance and audit committees. We have future workshops. We have a chance to do this. This is early, but it's going to go fast by the time we get to financial planning and so on. Probably need to know where we're at by June. So the idea would be to sequentially come back to you with this, create a process that you're comfortable with. Otherwise, it would be business as usual, and we wouldn't be making these changes. So there's two goals here. One is to actually make sure that you're clear on what we have, why, and then there's this transition that's being proposed. And then, so both are here today. And then, we can start with finance and audit or workshops or both over the next couple months.
I do have one comment, and
Please, Councillor.
Mr. can imagine what it is. But there is this regional emission reduction reserve that I've talked about a few times now, that will, after this year, have just over $600,000 in it. In our draft strategic plan, it's environmental and global warming is listed as a priority that rated quite high. This reserve was set up in partnership. There's a little typo here. It says District of Ladysmith's District of Lansville,
Yes, that was
Parksville, Qualicum, and the electoral areas. At that time, there was a sustainability select committee and a manager of environment at the regional district. That structure does not exist. The idea of this fund was to do regional projects. I'm just highlighting this as a potential source to fund any sort of initiatives without having to do a tax increase that are just City of Nanaimo. And looking at the MOU and things like that, there seems to be no consequence for us to close it. It just requires some notification. And that we would create a new reserve fund that is City of Nanaimo only. This does rest with us, and there is no requirement for us to do these partnerships. It might be more in line with our strategic objectives, especially considering when you talk to most people, they don't even know this fund exists. And it was originally set up that you paid so much per tonnage of emissions. Those have not kept pace with, I think it's probably $25 a ton when I did the math, and I think it's supposed to be at $35 or $40 a ton now. So I'm just throwing this out there that there is money that has been set aside. We would be potentially using it for very similar things that we could fund in line with our strategic plan without necessarily having to do tax increases for some of those initiatives.
I think that's a very useful suggestion. Councillor Armstrong.
I was just going to say, if we did have ideas, could we just email them out and make sure all Mayor and Council was CC'd as well? That might just be faster, and then if we do need to come back, then we can.
We had a discussion this morning around the usual session that occurs with the senior staff and the mayor and the acting mayor before this meeting. And there was some suggestion that this was a pretty fulsome agenda for the half day that we've allotted. And so I think Mr. Rudolph is suggesting we perhaps bring this particular section back to a finance and audit committee meeting in the very near future, at a time that we can perhaps have somewhat more specifics. There's nothing wrong in the meantime with councillors suggesting to Ms. Mercer that be included in CCing the senior staff and fellow members of council. Because, we are now getting down to the nitty-gritty of what we're about. We're in charge of setting tax rates, bringing in the money and spending it. Now we're understanding some of what happens to that money, where it goes, where it sits, how much we can use, what we can use it for, etc., which is all very complex. And as Ms. Mercer reminded me, and I'm going to use the figure on Wednesday when I speak to the Chamber of Commerce and again to the Construction Association on Friday, we got $3.1 billion in assets and equipment that we're responsible for. Those are no small numbers. And so it behooves us to give some time to how we're going to manage those, but how we're going to spend the money that comes in. So unless I hear great objection, I'm going to suggest that we move on to the next section. And that in the meantime, we do proceed with setting along suggestions, and that we bring this back to the Finance and Audit Committee, if that's Councillor Thorpe and then Councillor Bond.
Thank you, Your Worship, and I agree with you. If I may, just a quick comment and a question, albeit a rhetorical one. Thank you, Ms. Mercer and
finance staff. To me, this is like coming through the French Revolution and going through the Reign of Terror and emerging on the other side with a new and improved form of government. And I think, and I mean this, I think, no, well, I think this policy on reserves and the work that you have done are really leading edge and are going to make this district a beacon lighthouse for best practice. So I really appreciate that, and I appreciate making this readable even for somebody like me. So thank you for that. My question is this, I can't resist this. Having seen the target amounts in all of the different reserve funds, given that we do have a small surplus, even if it's $2 or $4 million, which seems like a lot, but really it isn't in the overall scheme of things, would it be short-sighted to use that surplus money or take money from reserves to artificially lower our tax rate? Would that be short-sighted? Or would that be good practice? Very harsh question being asked by Councillor Thorpe. I'm
value judgment that council.
allow Ms. Mercer to take a pass, but she's still very much
I mean, as if it's for operating, if you're wanting to fund ongoing operating, I would not recommend that you use surplus to do that. If it's a one-time event, I believe last year we funded the election from surplus. That doesn't happen every year, so the impact of that is minimal. But if you're going to fund ongoing, if you're going to fund it 1 year from surplus, the next year your tax increase is going to be more unless you funded it from surplus again. So in some cases, yes, you could use it, but in most cases, no.
Thank you very much.
That would be our recommendation.
A moment of deja vu.
Thank you. I just want to say before we move on that I would remind everyone of the brilliant historical reference that Councillor Thorpe has made, but I assure you it's not going to be followed by a Napoleon running the place. Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Worship. I really want to thank you for this report. It was exactly what I was looking for in terms of explaining to me what all these reserves are, how they work, and the recommendations. Appreciate that. I'd like to see this conversation happen more about what we're going to do with the specific levels as we're having our strategic planning work done. And here's my concern, is if we do put all this money into reserves and top up everything, we won't have any money to do our strategic planning, right? And I think that it's really important to have these two conversations together. So that's what I would like to see happen in the future, is the ability, because we have some great plans, we have some great ideas, and they will need funding. And I'm concerned that if we wrap everything all up, we won't even be able to get these things started until next year, do our budget again. So that's my philosophical point of view. I have one question regarding operations, right? If, just out of theory, we were to say fund a new position at staff level, and it's $80,000 a year, and we decided to fund it out of a reserve, but pay for it for 4 years, so $320,000. So does it make it easier to add it into the fifth-year budget than to add it into the second-year budget? Because things will kind of sort themselves out over 4 years. Is that a good way of thinking about it, or?
It kind of depends, because you don't really know what's coming 4 years out, right? It would still have an impact on taxes. It could have, depending on what's in that fourth year or fifth year. It's hard to say unless you check crystal ball if it's any better. It's still, no.
Positions.
It really isn't. So to fund ongoing operating expenses, it's not recommended to do that, but it would still have an impact to taxes if you did.
Ms. Mercer, I'm in your hands to some extent. You've been on your feet now for 2.25 hours, and we had a scheduled break at 2:30. We are running overtime, which is what I think most of us expected. The next section is draft debt management policy. Do you want to do that first, or take a little break now?
You might as well just take a break now and then come back.
So, 10 minutes.
I would like to say before we go that I have to express a deep amount of gratitude to Deborah Duncan, who worked on this reserve report. She did a fantastic job, and she, as some of you know, she was our former deputy director, and she was kind enough to come back and help us out with this reserve policy. So she's done a fantastic job. So I just wanted to say thank you to that. And our former director of finance also came in and helped out with some of the presentation because we were a little short-staffed. So I'd just like to thank both them and Wendy for helping out as well, because it was a community effort in the finance department to get it done. So I just wanted to make sure that that was
Gracious and classy, thank you.
Thank you.
All right, well, let's see, Jim, it's 15, okay, 2:30. lights.
Building He's got 800,000 from.
An 8-year-old boy.
All right, if we can call this meeting back to order, thank you, everyone. Ms. Mercer is now going to talk about a draft debt management policy. Right.
All right.
One other joy after another.
Yeah. It's one exciting topic after another.
You asked me.
The most important thing we do.
Bill, I was here too, don't
I might ask you guys to get out more. So we're going to talk about municipal debt. So internal, external debt, the role of the Municipal Finance Authority. So we're going to look at an overview of the city's debt, what's our current debt, what's our planned new debt, and why do we borrow money. And then we're going to look at the draft debt policy that came out of the research that we did on best practices. So I will start with external debt. So under the community charter, municipalities may utilize external debt to fund capital investments. We can obtain short-term debt, which has a term of 5 years or under, and long-term debt through the MFA usually has about 20 years, a 20-year term. So the borrowing term must be shorter than the life of the asset being purchased or constructed. So you wouldn't go 20-year debt on a 5-year deal, things like that. So for long-term borrowing, you need electoral approval, and you need to get it by either having a referendum, like we did for the conference center, or use alternative approval process like we did for fire station number 1 replacement. And you cannot exceed your debt servicing limit. And we will talk more about what the debt servicing limit is a little bit later. And you can have internal debt as well. So what that means is that under section in the community charter that allows municipalities to borrow internally under specific circumstances. So a municipality may borrow from one stat to another. And so there is no requirement for repayment terms on internal borrowing. All the community charter says is that the money must be repaid by the time the reserve needs the money. And you have to pay interest on it. So for example, in 2018, we borrowed money from the Drainage DCC Reserve to fund the DCC sewer project for the Chase River Pump Station and water main. And this internal borrowing will be paid back over 20 years at 2%. So we used 2% because that was, at the time, our average interest that we were earning, or that was our target interest that we were earning. So the Municipal Finance Authority, or MFA, so they provide long-term, short-term, and equipment financing to communities and public institutions in BC. So for long-term borrowing, there are 2 borrowing intakes during the year, one in the fall and one in the spring. And all of our long-term debt is facilitated through the regional district. So the RDN is part of our borrowing process. And in order to attain long-term debt financing through MFA, the city must follow specific steps that include council's approval and adoption of a loan authorization bylaw, approval from the inspector of municipalities, province, and you have to have electoral. For short-term and equipment borrowing, there are less stringent rules around it. You can borrow any time of the year. You don't have to go through the RDN. And all you need is council approval through resolution or bylaw. Overview of the city. So why does the city borrow money? So the city uses borrowing as a funding strategy when reserves and other funding sources are not adequate to fund the cost of capital investment. You can only borrow for capital investment. You can't borrow for operations. External long-term debt has been primarily used to fund new facilities, and that's what we've done in the past. And it should be noted, in most cases, borrowing is not the only funding source for a project. And so these are some of the projects that we have used borrowing for. And
Councillors Turley and Markman, you've got them excited already.
So, Your Worship, Mr. Minister, the Port Authority, Port of Nanaimo Center, I always get confused in the financials with reference to the Vancouver Island Conference Center. And Can you explain what's what there, or is it
I think we have,
is it the store frontage down below that makes it the Port of Nanaimo Center as opposed to the Conference Center?
that's a good question. I should just refer to it as the conference center and then everybody knows. The Port in Nanaimo, they actually paid naming rights for it.
Yeah, I knew that.
And so, I'm not, to be honest,
Yes.
I'm not 100% sure. Do you-
Mr. Lindsay?
Through the mayor, there's actually a number of different components there. So the storefronts down below are owned separately. So First Capital owns those. And then I believe the museum, obviously we still own, but I believe it's separate from the conference center. property.
The reason I ask, if I may, is that going through financial statements, there's reference to either, and the figures beside them are different.
Okay. If you could point those out to me and we'll make sure that we're consistent, yeah, and let me know.
Councillor Martman?
And just fire station number 4, has that wasn't commenced up, was it?
That's the Cranberry.
Oh, that's the
Cranberry
Cranberry one. Okay, I was thinking Hammond Bay, so, okay.
Councillor Brown?
When we do borrow, do we have like a rough idea over time how much that adds in terms of cost? Like,
So it's,
it's sort of like when we're considering a project, and so we say, okay, we got to borrow for 20 years.
we estimate interest in that.
Okay, and then so is that value then broken out and said, because we have, and so, the reason I'm asking, because I think sometimes there's a tendency to borrow rather than to necessarily, to sometimes keep taxes a little lower.
Right.
But is there a rough idea how much a percentage you pay more per project when you do borrow?
Yeah, so we estimate projected interest in that, whether it's,
Are you looking, with great respect, are you looking at sort of, I mean, if I take $4 million of my cash and I think to myself I can stick it in and earn 2% for the next 10 years, are you talking about the concept that if I borrow the money, I got to pay 4%?
Yeah, I'm just wondering, like, just curious if there's like a and it probably varies from different, but just an average of when you borrow to complete projects, they just cost X amount dollars or X percentage more.
other than, like, and I don't want to, if I'm misunderstanding your question, I apologize, but it depends on project to project and the interest rate depends. Like, we take that cost into account and include that in the plan. So there isn't a set percentage that we would say every time we borrow, it costs 10% more.
And then a follow-up, if they, on projects when they are delivered to council, is that, like, this, is that broken out? Because I don't remember seeing, but there was quite a few reports on the fire hall. So for example, the fire hall will cost X amount of dollars more because of borrowing.
I think that information is...
Okay, so
I think I've seen it once, but I just, okay.
Yeah, on the fire hall, we have a debt schedule based on what the projected interest rates are, which of course are subject to change because we have a 10-year term and then a second 10-year term. Plus, we're doing borrowing for the fire hall in stages, so it depends what the actual interest rate is at that time. But we know what our total interest costs, what we're projecting them to be for the entire borrowing of the fire hall and the repayment.
Okay.
That's part of the financial planning process. We have projected debt schedules for all our borrowers.
And you were wondering if that was in the report, any of the reports?
Well, I've seen it in one report, I just not, as I think it advances, you see it less and less. And my other question would be, for me, Your Worship, is does short-term debt get converted into long-term debt with these projects? Like, is it borrowed sometimes short-term and then it is converted, or is it just short-term and long-term distinct?
For internal borrowings?
No, I guess external borrowing.
External borrowing. We very rarely do short-term borrowing. Most of our borrowing is long. All of the debt's included into one package or one pot. Is that what you're asking, or?
Yeah, because I remember maybe during our budgeting sessions, our short-term was getting sort of near its maximum threshold.
Oh, you're thinking of potentially the Port Theatre where there's short-term capital borrowing and the requirement under the community charter is that limit is $50 per your population per the BC census. So when we looked at the Port Theatre borrowing, we maximized the amount available under that council could approve without voter approval.
Right, so if council did approve that.
Yes, so if the Port Theatre project, say we were successful in getting the grant, you've already done the first 3 readings of the borrowing bylaw, you would adopt that borrowing bylaw, and then we would be at our max under that portion of the short-term capital borrowing that we could do under the 50 per capita without voter approval.
And so then if we,
But that doesn't prevent us from doing short-term borrowing. We can do it under other sections of the charter.
Okay.
But then we'd be potentially looking at voter approval through an APP process or through a referendum.
okay, so there's no, you don't convert that short term to a long term to sort of free that up. Okay, thank you.
Councillor Martin? No. No? Was Councillor Armstrong? I thought I saw a hand over. Councillor Rock.
Through the chair, for long-term borrowing projects, does the interest rate that we're paying on the money borrowed every 5 years, does that get adjusted? Like you know when you buy a house, it's like every 5 years you...
It's every 10. It's every 10 years.
Every 10, okay.
The amortization period is what you're talking about, or the term rather, as opposed to the amortization.
The term, yeah, the term of...
For your personal house mortgages and whatnot, it's usually every 5 years. In the MFA case, it's 10.
Right, okay.
Okay. So we've also used debt to implement service delivery changes. So the example of this would be when we went to automated garbage collection. And what we did was we used short-term debt to purchase the carts and new automation garbage truck when the program was rolled out. And the debt term was 5 years, and it was done through the MFA's equipment financing program. It says, as mentioned in an earlier slide, if the city exceeds funds in a stat reserve, we can borrow from one fund to another to fund projects. And it means that we've collected more money than we currently need. So example, in the DCC drainage reserve, we had more money than we had required for in that period of time. So we borrowed from that reserve to pay for DCC sewer project.
Councillor Bonner?
Thank you, Your Worship, and through you to Ms. Mercer. Can we borrow from the strategic reserve for a non-strategic reserve? Like, could we have paid for the trucks and carts out of the DCC fund and just paid it back?
No, because the DCC funds are specific to DCC projects. So I don't think we could have done that. We'd have to check with the ministry on that because we have to get permission to move funds back and forth between the stat funds like DCCs.
And the reason I'm asking is we have a lot of money in reserves, and as these projects come up, we would be borrowing from ourselves and we'd be paying ourselves back with interest. So we'd be making money overall instead of losing money. And the taxpayers would pay for it over a longer period of time as they would expect, like considering the city of Nanaimo separate from the public, so to speak.
We would have to look to see if you could take from a stat reserve to a non-stat reserve or from a non-DC or DCC to a non-DCC. We'd have to look at that to see if from a provincial standpoint we could do that.
And but just if we could, because that would make a difference in how I might vote for all these strat reserves that you're thinking of making up to give ourselves some flexibility.
So currently we have $46.2 million in outstanding debt at December 31st, and the years that they will be repaid by is on the right-hand side. So the cost to service this debt in 2018 was $5.4 million, and that's the principal and interest payments. And Fire Station Number 1 was funded through the General Asset Management Reserve. Water treatment plant was funded from water user fees. Sanitation is funded from garbage user fees, and all the others were funded from general transportation. So as we showed you during the budget presentations in December, this is the projected new debt that we would be taking on in the next 5 years. which the biggest chunk of this would be the waterfront walkway.
So to the chair, is that with the waterfront walkway as presented with the skywalk?
It was, yeah, it hasn't been amended since the original.
Okay. Pardon? Yeah, that's the entire project for the waterfront walkway.
That is, there is still a few more years out on that line.
Yeah, that wasn't the entire plan, correct?
It went beyond the 5-year financial plans. There's some more years.
Oh, there's more over the 10.
Bring it up.
The number was 42 million.
43, yes, yeah, over the 10 years, yeah.
We should also note that this borrowing does not include potential we will do for Port Theatre if that grant application is successful. So debt servicing limit. So municipalities may incur debt to fund investments. However, there is a maximum amount that they can incur. So this calculation is called a debt servicing limit, or in the charter it's called liability servicing limit. And it's defined, like I say, it's defined within the community charter. So our maximum debt servicing, which means what is the amount of your annual payments, cannot exceed 25% of the city's controllable annual revenue. So when we report our financial statements to the province, they calculate our limit. So at September 10th, we had to do a revised because we took on some short-term debt. We had, our maximum limit is $40.1 million. And that is approximately about 14.3% of our current limit. Or our debt that we currently have is about 14.3% of that limit.
Councillor Turley.
Yes, Your Worship, through to Ms. Mercer. So when you say controllable, so that wouldn't include grants from casino or Fortis because they're not controllable?
There's a few things that they take out. Off the top of my head, I can't remember, but there are certain ones that they take out. But the majority is like taxes, user rates, and all those kind of things are what the bulk of that calculation is based on.
So basically, we're spending about $6 million a year on interest. And that's
Principal and interest.
Interest and principal. And we could be spending 40 if we were profligate. So that's with great respect, it's time to say it's a compliment to previous councils and their fiscal probity.
I think this chart we also showed you during budget presentation as well, and it just shows where Nanaimo sat from 2013 to 2017 with comparison to other municipalities. So as you can see, some other municipalities are more debt tolerant than we are. So at December 31st, 2017, our utilization was 11.1%, while other municipalities some were lower, some were higher. For the last 10 to 15 years, Nanaimo has tried to only take on new debt when old debt retired. And in 2019, the 2019 to 2023 plan includes significant new debt, and this will increase our utilization of this debt servicing limit. However, having said that, we have our Nanaimo Aquatic Center debt retiring in 2020, so this will help offset some of that new debt. And there is a point in here I wanted to make about debt servicing, but we would never recommend that you do $40.1 million of debt servicing.
The mayor wants to make it clear for the record, the mayor was not suggesting.
I'd just like to put it out there, we would not recommend that.
Buy the watershed. It's later tonight. Settle down. Christmas is not coming.
And again, this is a graphical representation of our debt per capita as compared to other comparable municipalities. So this is at 2017 because that's the last comparative information that's available. So we're less than some and more than others.
Councillor Bonner.
I'm not expecting an answer to this, but it would be kind of interesting to know what that debt was for. Like it was for sewers, or was it for downtown development, that sort of thing. So just to see what their tolerance was in those, but I'm not expecting to go find that.
Prince George did the RCP bill, which was 40 or 50 million.
When you do comparisons like this, whether it's taxes or a debt or taxes, it's very subjective because not every municipality performs the same services or, has debt on the same things. So or have the same situation. So it's a little bit subjective, but it's a graphical representation that we're not so bad compared to some other ones. And here is our outstanding debt balances and debt per capita projections for 2019 to 2023. So as you can see, we have taken on a bit more debt, and then some debt starts to come off, so it starts to go down a little bit again. So our debt policy. So the reason that we have drafted a debt management policy is that the city is committed to sustainable, prudent, and transparent financial management, including utilization of debt to provide valued community services. So the purpose of the debt policy is very similar to the purpose of the reserves policy. And it gives staff and council guidance on how and when to use debt to fund investments. And again, the principal statements and objectives, we considered the same factors as we did with the reserve policy when drafting this policy as well. With the debt policy, the administration, some key administrative processes that we wanted to mention was that whenever we are considering a project that considers taking on debt, a business case is done with that. And that business case looks at all of the aspects of the pros and the cons of using debt or doing the project. So we just wanted to say that, the business case provides a robust analysis of the investment. It's prepared according to best practices, and it includes relative financial and non-financial information. So it encompasses many aspects of the project, which we were talking about before. Does it, what are the ongoing maintenance costs of taking on a project or a piece of land? So really, the real discussion for council around the debt policy is, what's our debt limit? In the absence of policy language that talks to a debt limit, we default to using the debt servicing limit as outlined in the community charter, which says we could use up to $40.1 million in annual payments for debt servicing. Now, this is where I knew my note was somewhere. So staff would not recommend that we use all of our debt servicing limit, but further research would be needed to determine what's the ideal limit for the city of Nanaimo. Because the ideal limit for the city of Nanaimo may not be the ideal limit for the city of Parksville or Vancouver or Victoria. The council may wish to consider a desired debt limit and direct staff to provide additional information on options and impacts. So do we want to be a pay-as-you-go municipality where you're debt adverse? Or do you want to go, or are you okay with increasing our debt level and you're debt tolerant? So this is something that we need council to provide us some feedback with to see where do you sit on that spectrum.
If I could just throw this out at this point, and maybe I'm off base and misread everything. If we acquire 35 acres of developable land because we think the park is important, we're not going to generate a nickel of revenue from that. And we can borrow all the money to do that. If we borrow the same amount of money to build a new aquatic center or a community center in Chase River, for example, where we will get some revenue from rentals and people using the facilities, etc., that has an impact on what that debt looks like as well. These are some of the considerations. Now, you can say buying the parkland is important because it increases the livability of the city, it makes us more attractive and attracts more talent and maybe more housing, and people are willing to live in condos, and maybe that drives up our tax base. But I mean, this is the from my perspective, this is the fun stuff of this council.
Right.
This is where we get to look at some of the interesting big picture and what it means and what we're going to do. Because starting in June, as Councillor Helms pointed out in discussions earlier with me, this is where we start to put an imprint on the budget that I know Councillor Bonner, amongst many others, is anxious to have a say in drafting. And these are the things we have to consider. And this is why this is such a useful discussion today when we talk about that. I'm fiscally conservative. I don't like a lot of debt personally, and I mind you, having no debt may or may not have any value. Burnaby has historically been regarded as the best managed municipality in Canada. It has no debt and hasn't had for years. Surrey is probably not as loaded as it's suggested. So these are questions where,
Your Worship, there's a lot of questions in this, and we could probably poke you with some ideas about partnerships and scenarios, because you can do a lot if you partner with another public or even private sector entity in housing for mixed use or for non-government organizations. So debt is part of this, and possibly leveraging partnerships could be another for achieving projects. But this only deals with the debt side. There's a lot of philosophical issues attached to this issue of how you want to fiscally manage the municipality, or are you open to arrangements like that? Just, and again, we're not going to get there today, but it's just to get you thinking about that. What's your tolerance level for us taking it all on, or would you be interested in seeking close relationships where you can cost share? So that's kind of attached to this.
if I can just say in response, we have some fascinating potential partnerships in this community, and the obvious ones are SFN, the university, school district, others who want to develop public projects. Councillor Armstrong and Councillor Bonner.
Just a question then, are you looking for a percentage from us at a later date, like what we're willing to work with, whether it be like between 15 and 20 or something, or?
Yeah.
So you actually want a number?
That would be great if we could. Some other policies have said we don't want to be more than 7% of taxes or whatnot. We thought because we have debt that's paid through user fees and taxation, we thought that using the debt servicing limit would probably be the best measure. So to say what's your percentage that you'd be willing to spend on $50 million?
So if we go for a higher debt, let's say government, you can spend 20%. That's going to increase taxes then, right, or user fees?
Yes, generally, yes.
Councillor Bonner?
Thank you, Your Worship. Getting back to this, us being the banker, if we were to say, look at short-term debt and borrow that locally out of a fund, a reserve, and then pay ourselves back with interest, is that counted on that 25%?
No. Our internal borrowing does not get included in that calculation. I don't think.
Mind you, it sounds a bit like borrowing from your spouse to,
Well,
Savings to checking.
Yeah, no reason I'm asking that is you can take as a person, you can borrow your own money for your own mortgage out of your TFSA and pay yourself back, at which point you're making all the money the bank's in. So in this case, we'd be making all the money and the public would benefit by having more money in our coffers.
We still have to pay the taxes to service.
Councillor Thor.
Thank you, Your Worship. So to Ms. Mercer, like His Worship, I tend to be financially conservative, and so the number I would probably give you would be relatively low. But it's difficult because we want to be able to react to an opportunity. And if there's a special project that comes on stream, such as a new recreational center in Chase River, and if interest rates are reasonably low, then I might well change my tolerance for debt. So it's difficult to give you one number. It's going to be fluid.
Yes, and there often in the policies, the language around it is we will strive to maintain X percent. So that gives you a bit of wiggle room in there, right? So if you ended up going a bit over that percentage, that's what you strive for. I mean, it's not written in stone, so there are things you can put in place in the language that it's not so rigidly set.
To love, honor, and cherish, but not necessarily every day.
Councillor Kessler.
Go ahead.
Yes, Councillor Brad, thank you. I'm totally not, I don't think I'm seeing the value in picking an arbitrary number, like whether it's 25 or 20%, other than to sort of signal what you're comfortable with. But I'm kind of the opinion that, you know, if there was an opportunity that emerged, that sometimes in some places, borrowing can actually generate income over the longer term, or revenue for the municipalities. So I don't know if there is a lot of value for me personally in saying 20% over 25%, because I don't even know what that might look like in real dollar amounts. You know, if we decide to, as a council, raise taxes over, you know, that affects that number.
Absolutely.
Right? And so, yeah, the percentage seems a little arbitrary to me, that's all.
So that's kind of that's the discussion we want to generate, is like, are you comfortable with just doing the debt servicing limit and have that as as the limit? Because that's our statutorily required amount. Or is there something where you as a group, you feel so strongly that you don't want it any more than 20% or strive for 20%? Is that something you want? Because we can make the language in this report reflect that.
Councillor Martin, then Councillor Gesselbrook.
Well, being I'm not fiscally conservative. Surprise, surprise. I tend to concur with Councillor Brown, as I'm not sure why we would limit ourselves. I think striving to keep it, you know, as reasonable and as low as possible, but I wouldn't want to be locking ourselves in when there might be some great opportunity that comes along that we say is actually an investment for our city. So I'm happy with the 25.
Councillor Gesselbrook.
Yeah, I'm on the end of the spectrum of not liking to take on debt. However, I don't want to paint us in a corner, so I'd prefer to like leave it open, but have the consent, you know, like the understanding that if we don't have to, you know, take debt on, not to go down that route. My one question too is, like, say like in the financial crash of like 2008, under those certain circumstances, how does that impact the municipality in terms of we're carrying a big debt? Say if something happens sort of at a more global level around the economy, what impact does that have on us?
From a debt perspective,
Yeah.
not a lot. I mean, the Municipal Finance Authority is pretty solid with their, you know, they wouldn't default on that. So that, from that perspective, it's not very risky. Where you get risk is that our taxpayers can't pay their property taxes, and then we may bill them, but we don't necessarily get that money in, and then we run into.
So it's like a lot of defaults on homes.
Yes,
and that.
yes. So then there's.
So I think that's something to just keep in mind of, given sort of like what personal household debt is at in Canada, and given some stability.
Councillor Armstrong.
Just to follow up on that though. So the first 5-10 years we're at 2% for the sake of argument, and then 10 years we're at 10% because the rates go up. So there's a significant
There is
risk.
a risk there, yes. In imminent, like at the time of it, if we are, say we just took on the debt and we have 10 years, we'll probably ride that out. If you're in year 9, it may have a more of a significant.
When we've never had such significantly low rates ever. So like, it's conceivable our next renewal could be 5 or 6%, which is on $40 million is a lot of money.
I think the current 10-year rate is 2.95% with the MFA for a 10-year debt.
But it could go up.
That's what I mean.
But it could go up when, as
Exactly.
if the prime rate goes up, that rate could
Which
go
it's
up.
supposed to.
It's gone up 3 times. in the last
Let me put this in graphic terms, the old part thing out of my behind again. House we bought, 12% 3-year term, that was a good rate in 1983.
My parents were at 21%.
Yeah, and they'd gone higher. I remember a client bragging to me that she'd taken a 5-year term at 15% as it was really going crazy. We waited till the market started to drop. Second time we took a mortgage, it was 9% in a 3-year term, and that was 8 years later. Thought that was a pretty good rate. But keep in mind, on the back of all of this, we are not the federal and provincial governments. We cannot run a deficit by law. Like, we just don't run a deficit. So what it means is if interest rates did creep up dramatically, even if they did, we're still tied into long-term borrowing. We're probably not going to see that dramatic an increase. But having said that, how much of your income do you want to spend on debt servicing, and are you getting value for it? For the Krogs at the time, even paying 12% to have our own house was valuable to us, so we happily bought the house. What we have to ask ourselves as council is, are you prepared to spend 25% of the annual income to the city to service debt because you have all these facilities and or parks, etc., which will all have to be staffed and so on, and you're not going to be able to maintain that level of staffing if you're spending 25%. You're not going to be able to maintain that level of programming, and if there's some kind of a disaster along the way which causes you need to borrow again, something where it's a self-insured issue, I don't know, perhaps it's a dam fails or something gets plugged up, then what do you have available? So as much as I appreciate the fiscal courage of my friend Councillor Markman, and even though we are impacted by the fact we can't run a deficit, there are impacts to this. And I come back to my point I was trying to make about acquiring assets that generate revenue, or some revenue, don't pay for themselves. I don't expect the Aquatic Centre to pay for itself, but do generate some revenue, as opposed to a straight parkland purchase, which will generate no direct revenue, and indeed will add to Mr. Harding's budget, because he's got to have staff out there cleaning up, cutting up the trees, and they're going to fall down with increasing horrible winters and all those things. Councillor Martin and Councillor Brown.
So, in response, I understand, and I definitely understand fiscal responsibility.
Not saying you didn't.
However, my understanding was that 25% was just to say, okay, that's your standard limit. Doesn't mean we're necessarily going to borrow up to that amount, right? So you could say we could strive for 15, but not corner ourselves in by keeping it at 25. There you go. Thank you.
Councillor Brown.
I truly believe we're debating nothing.
Much ado about nothing.
So say we put 15% in the policy, and there's this too good to be true acquisition that comes along. Do we honestly believe we're going to follow the policy? No, we're probably going to analyze the nature of the expenditure with the perceived value we think it will have to the community, no matter the purchase. Alternatively, if it's at 25%, I don't think we're going to, as a council, be irresponsible and say, okay, now let's go spend the difference right now. So that's where I get to what it says in the policy doesn't really matter.
I think what the value is, before I go to Councillor Bonner, is simply this: it sets a standard by which we will be judged by the people who vote. In other words, if we're saying, if we're going to, if we set we're going to strive, and keep in mind, you can't set this in stone. I mean, literally, you can't, because if the fiscal situation changes dramatically and everybody stops paying their taxes next year, we're going to adjust our budget, all right? So you can't set it in stone in terms of you might have to increase borrowing, whatever. But it does set a guideline for people who elect council to be able to say, and for us to explain, you know what, Councillor Brown led the charge on this motion, and that's why we're going to be borrowing, we're going to be spending 17% of our income next year because this was an opportunity we couldn't turn down, and we as a council decided it was in the public interest to do this. It's just the standard by which we will be judged, but it does set a standard and a guideline. It's a way of creating a report card, if you will, is the way I see it. I agree with you. We are arguing about nothing because we can't statutorily go above the 25%, and we're going to do what we think is best, but we should, I think, be setting some kind of a mark, because it allows us to then measure ourselves and allows Ms. Mercer and staff to come to us when we're faced with a fiscal an opportunity, if you will, to say, right, we're going to do this, and we're going to hit the 17%, or we're going to go from 10 to 11 this year and the next 2 years because we think this is good public policy. Councillor Ball.
Thank you, Your Worship. I agree with Councillor Brown, which is why I'm not entering into this debate. I have a question. My question is, can we borrow money to purchase land?
Yes.
that's a capital.
What happened, can we borrow money if the city decides to set up an economic entity of some sort, and that may be slightly arm's length from the city or not? Can we borrow money through that, and does that also come into the 25%?
Yes, we can.
That's a question I
So
can't
that's
answer.
a tool that could be used to have flexibility around your financial models. There might be actually money that's available that's cheaper from other sources if you went up sort of a privatized route. Worship, I think your conversation around debt policy is sort of part of a bigger conversation about fiscal management tone. I think we'd like to call out of council and have you sort of try to articulate the fiscal management tone that you want to ensue and go forward with. There's so many things that we could talk about. I think you could have something that says it's going to be intentional. We're going to try to diversify our tax base because that creates taxation revenue that's non-residential. Residential often doesn't pay for itself. We could talk about, do we want to be a pay-as-you-go? Generally speaking, we strive to pay-as-you-go, but for certain strategic projects, we will entertain debt or something like that. You could say something like that. You could say something around whether you want to investigate the whole user pay thing. That's where Surrey went a number of years ago, and Karen's here, she saw that over there. Where they moved a lot of things out of the general taxation over to the user pay side, so the utility sides and everything. Their zeros looked really fabulous, but they really drove up the cost of using places tremendously. So and the debt becomes part of the bigger piece of it. So what is the fiscal tone of this council? Are you fiscally conservative? Are you, are you in the middle of the road? Are you not? So maybe we need to talk about facilitating some bullets on this that might give you something to say, yeah, that's us. You want to kind of get some sense around that, I think, ultimately, and debt is just part of it.
So the idea was to get everybody thinking about that. Where do you want to land on the spectrum? So, and we can come back, like I said, we can come back and have further discussion on that, but it's just planting the seed to think about it and where you stand on that.
So we are at 3:15.
I have one slide left, and then
Go ahead, sorry.
they're just talking about next steps. So, as I said, we can come back to discuss further on where you want to land on a debt servicing limit. The policy again will be reviewed by our external auditors, and we'll finalize the debt policy and then bring it to council for adoption after we've had everybody's input, whether staff, council.
And again, we'd probably run that through finance and audit, and then the council.
And that's it.
In sense of time then, because it does have a recommendation, that a motion that the draft debt policy report dated 29th of March 11th be received for information.
Second, Councillor Thorpe. Any discussion? I think from the understanding, we're coming back to this at Finance and Audit, of course, and suggestions in the meantime. All those in favor? Motion carried. Thank you very much. From a technical perspective, we would be moving on, in theory, to grants and exemptions, but obviously we do have to deal with social procurement for the city and Ms. Mercer. Pardon me, Ms. Guri.
Yeah.
We can deal with that?
Yes.
Saying? So perhaps we can deal with
Procurement.
skip to social procurement, deal with that, and we'll see what sort of time we have left. Oh, Ms. Mercer, you're on your feet constantly. Social procurement.
You guys be getting sick of seeing me. Oh, I guess I don't have a report. I'm waiting for a report up for this one, but I'm not. So, as social procurement has become the hot topic in local government lately, we wanted to provide council with some information on the topic and have council provide some direction on how they want to proceed in developing a social procurement policy for the city. So in the report, we've provided information on what the federal and provincial governments have been doing, as well as information about the Coastal Community Social Procurement Initiative that the city has been invited to join. We have provided council with 3 options that you could choose to take. And I just wanted to say, while having a social procurement policy is a good thing, there could be some unintended consequences of establishing a policy that is created without looking at all of the potential outcomes. So just to take into consideration trade agreements or the impact on local businesses that do businesses in other jurisdictions and those kind of things. And just wanted to plant that in before you all start discussing which options you would like to take.
Councillor Martin.
For process, I know we're at the committee of the whole, but really you put a motion on the table first and then you just debate the motion, correct? So I would like to put a motion.
We have 3 alternative motions, and so my preference would be to have some discussion around this before we jump into the 3 potential motions.
Yeah.
Councillor Gesselbrock and Councillor Bonner.
I would just say that I'm 100% for joining the Coastal Community Social Procurement Initiative. I think it's a wonderful opportunity to network with the different municipalities up and down the island on the topic of social procurement. Put forward different policies. I think social procurement policies are incredibly important. We have a large buying power as a municipality, and I think that in the past, decision-making around purchasing was solely done through, the best price lens, and that led to food being purchased from companies and organizations with huge long supply chains, and it did not benefit, for example, the local agricultural development, and also didn't take into account the social conditions by how the products were made. And I think that we as a municipality need to really put our money where our values are. And we want healthy communities, we want a healthy environment, and we want to build a strong, localized, diverse economy. And I think this is an important way to start doing that. And I think by coordinating with different municipalities on this, I think we've got a bit of economy of scale so that there can be sort of a shared understanding around where this procurement is happening and policies behind that, so that we can mobilize a bit more of a shared movement as an island economy. So I very strongly support this. That's where I stand on it.
Councillor Brown and Councillor Markman, and just to remind everyone what the proposed motion would be if we went with Councillor Gesselbrock, is it's to would like the committee will provide direction on what option they would like to take to develop a social procurement policy. And the first one is to join the Coastal Communities Program Initiative, et cetera, and utilize outcomes. So Councillor Brown, Councillor Martin, and Councillor Bonner, and then Councillor Armstrong.
I didn't have my hand up, but if you want to hear from me, I'm happy to express my thoughts. I too support joining the initiative because it doesn't actually bind us to creating a policy at this point. I think it's an opportunity to network, which is important. If there is good work that is being done and that emerges fully, and it makes sense for us to develop a policy based off that template, hey, I think that's wonderful. If it looks like it's going down a route that maybe we're not comfortable with, or upon review, it's problematic for some of those things, then hey, we can pull the plug at that point. But I see no harm in taking that first step, and if it is a good thing, continuing those steps forward. If not, we're not in a bad position now, my understanding. Then we might come out and say, hey, that didn't work. If we still want to go down this route, let's revisit some of these other options.
Councillor Martin.
I too I am in support, and a part of it, just to add to that, is that it looks like going forward for potential federal grants, this could be part of the requirement, is that you are using a social procurement policy. So for that reason, on top of the others, I support it.
Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Worship. I'm also in support of number 1. I spoke about this social procurement at the last council when they were doing their procurement bylaw, which they rightfully, which they ignored. And I spoke about during the election. I also know that City of Nanaimo signed on to the UBCM resolutions on social procurement. I think that Cumberland is the leader in this, and our recent conversations with Minister Sims and the provincial government is also very much involved in social procurement. So I would think this would be an ideal thing, and I'm glad now that the provincial government is following my lead on social procurement.
Good work.
Councillor Armstrong.
Yeah, I'm mixed on this. I'm mixed between 1 and 3 because I am concerned about Northwest Treaty Agreement and knows that that's not going to be adhered to and what is the legal consequences for us. So I'm kind of looking at waiting to see where it goes partially for that reason. And my second question is, if we did join, is there a penalty to withdraw or is it just lose your $8,000 initiation fee or is there, do you know that?
I don't know that, but I would assume that if you paid your $8,000,
But you can leave or?
we would have to follow up with that to confirm.
Thank you.
Councillor Henlys.
I'll just voice my opinion. I'm strongly in support of number 1 for all of the reasons that have been said.
Then, having heard from a number of you and doing a sort of head count here, if I'm not wrong, I think somebody needs to make the motion.
May I make the motion?
Yes, you may. The mover and shaker.
That we join the Coastal Community Social Procurement Initiative and utilize the outcomes of the initiative to inform the City of Nanaimo's procurement policy.
Seconded, Councillor Gesselbrock. Very fast hand today. Very quick.
Your Worship, again, this is just to become a member. If you were to actually get involved and change things, staff would have to come back. You'd probably want to have some kind of engagement process. There's no mention of business community in this document. I suspect they would have a significant voice in whatever gets implemented in trying to unpack any unintended consequences. I don't think the intent is to preclude our businesses in this municipality from being able to do business in other municipalities. That would be one of the concerns, that if everybody got too protectionist, if that's the right word, that we're actually hindering local businesses in this municipality from going to other centers. So I'm not saying that's the case, but we just want to make sure we're understanding that, and I suspect that the group needs to talk about that type of thing, just so we're clear. And but somewhere along the line, there would probably be an interest expressed by the chamber and other business entities around town, and I'm sure you'd welcome that before you made any decisions.
Councillor Cummins.
Does the CCSPI have a terms of reference that we could review?
It was hard to find information on it. Jane, do you know?
Not at this time, because you're developing all of this as we speak.
Look at Cumberland's, it's there. Yeah, right, that's good.
But that's not CC.
That's not for the.
That's
yeah.
right. That's
No, but it's basically.
Councillor Bonner.
Thank you, Worship. Social procurement isn't necessarily about protectionism. It's about development, right? And it's about looking at the environment and what's the difference between some company driving all the way from Ontario to work here as opposed to a local company doing work. So there's a lot more than just protection of the local economy. I think it's developing initiatives in here and supporting businesses and products that help us as opposed to protection. So I see that as a very fine person.
Any further discussion? All those in favor of the motion? Contrary?
Just
Councillors Brown and...
No, sorry.
Councillor Turley.
This group does meet, and it is with political representatives, so I'm wondering if we need to appoint a political representative to that group. I'm ready to make a motion to that regard.
Absolutely.
I would move that Councillor Hemmons be appointed to the CCSPI.
Councillor Gesselbrock? Second. Any discussion? All pretty happy? All those in favor? Contrary?
You want Aaron to go? Sure. Okay.
He's in favor.
Excellent. Very unanimous.
So back to E.
I'm in your hands. Grants? Mr. Rudolph?
If you had enough or you want to carry on, this is one where we could park it and take it to another day if you want to have fresher legs. Or we can introduce it and do that sometime.
I am literally in your hands, folks. I mean, I assume there's going to be some food available for folks now at the center, no?
I won't ask questions.
Your worship, because it's a committee of the whole that starts at 4:30, I don't believe there might be some snacks, but no.
There's tons of food here, so we can bring down.
If it's starting at 4:30, why don't
Here, go down.
That's right.
You're not gonna start.
Why don't we give this 15 minutes at least and then finish off, well, actually, is the food,
Yeah, your worship, the food from here will be leaving in 5 minutes, that we can take.
well, then I'm going to suggest we have a recess immediately. We're going to recess for
The caterer comes. Caterer comes.
I think I could crank it enough.
Are we coming down? 5 or 15?
Thanks for
We went to his wedding in Vegas.
Oh, I guess we're starting. Did you? Oh my God.
Your Worship, we're thinking maybe we just introduce it today.
Sure.
And you could, just to know what is in it, not knowing that you read it, but just introduce it. And then when you do get a chance at the next meeting, you could spend a lot of time going through it.
So I'll just do a quick overview, because there is a lot of information in here just about the kind of grants that we give out, but in the broader sense of the term, payments, grants are payments to organizations that are mostly nonprofit, because we can't provide assistance to businesses. It's payments or exemptions from a fee or taxes. And the number, we didn't go into this in the slide presentation, but there are also a number of nonprofit organizations that occupy city property at nominal lease values. We haven't calculated those in here, but that is also, some organizations do get that benefit as well. And most of the grants are to nonprofit organizations. A very small portion is directed to the public through like toilet rebates or senior discounts or senior subsidy or user rates for water and sewer. And a couple of the heritage grant programs also can be applied to like businesses or homeowners. Some organizations' grants are more clearly a fee for service rather than a grant. So in some organizations that occupy city buildings provide a service that might be considered a municipal service, such as the Nanaimo Museum. So they occupy our building, provide a service that some people would consider that we would operate. It's kind of subjective where an individual grant could sit, because on the other end of the spectrum, you've got cultural grants provided to a nonprofit organization that is strictly a grant. But it could be subjective as to where they sit in that spectrum. Most of our operating grants fall into a fee for service. So in 2017, we gave out $2.5 million in cash or discounts. And we don't have the 2018 information yet because we haven't compiled all our reports yet. But I can tell you that the 2018 total number is very similar to this. We also gave out permissive tax exemptions and revitalization tax exemptions to some organizations. And this value represents the amount of property taxes that would have been paid by those owners or occupiers if they had been taxable. So the city has not lost money on those because other properties within that property class have a higher rate to cover the amount of taxes that we need to collect. But this is the value of the portion that they would have otherwise had to pay. So between the cash discounts and the cash and the PTE and RTE, we've had about $3.8 million worth of cash grants and exemptions in 2017. I'll quickly kind of go through this. In 2017, we issued cash grants in the following categories. We had, the biggest chunk is operating. We had social, arts and culture and heritage, as well as recreation and sports, tourism, and then anything else that didn't fit into one of these categories, we had other grants, and that made up the $2.5 million. So grants, operating grants appear as line items in the budget and are approved when you adopt the financial plan. In the past, most of the remaining grants were reviewed by a committee of council, and then recommendations were made to a council member. Currently, requests are reviewed by staff, and recommendations are made through the Finance and Audit Committee.
Councillor Armstrong, sorry.
Just have a question on that. I remember Councillor Thorpe had talked about the SPCA, where we wanted to make it a line object on the budget.
Yeah.
Can that be done for other ones, or did we do that?
We have added, this year they came and asked for $25,000.
Yeah, 25,000, and we paid that over 2 years at 12,500 each, and we have added that to the budget
So would that be as a line object now then on the budget?
for 2 years.
Just for 2 years?
Yes,
If
As a
we-
grant?
as a grant.
So if we wanted to, let's say, use Gay Pride Parade, for example, where we wanted to give them 10,000 for 3 years of the arts, one of the Nanaimo Arts Council.
Indigenous Days. Indigenous Days.
Indigenous Days, yeah. Could we, when we know that those aren't going away, could we do it for a 3-year term, saying we want to allocate $10,000 for the next 3 years to, and let's say as council came up with 5? So then they are now can access better grants because they know the dollars they're getting from us. Is that a possibility?
If that's what council wanted to do, yeah, you could do that.
I think we should.
Councillor Thorpe?
Thank you, Your Worship. Just following up on that, Ms. Mercer, did council not also pass a motion to have staff look at a long-term policy on support to nonprofits?
Yes, and then we're still working on
Yeah.
that, so, yeah. So, yeah, it's, if you're going to do a 3-year payment like that, you might want to do, what did you call it, as a fee for service, or have some type of agreement that goes with that has an end date.
So just follow up through your worship. Would you be looking at that then in the report that you're eventually getting? And I know you guys are super busy because it's a busy time. Would that be something you would look at in that report?
We could do, yeah.
Awesome, thank you.
PTEs and RTEs require a bylaw in order for the properties to be exempted. And those bylaws are due October 31st of every year.
So they're passed annually.
The
It's not for
PTE is
some
passed.
for bylaw that says here.
Yeah, so PTE is passed every year. The RTEs are usually for a term. I think it's 5 years. So they only come before council once. So every time there's a new one, they will come before you, and they're due October 31st.
Councillors Kesselbrock and then Hammonds.
Through the chair, just curious, when that bylaw is approved, like how many permissive tax exemptions does the city give per year roughly right now? Like it's quite a list.
Yeah, there is,
It's okay.
we have about 108 organizations that get a permissive tax exemption, which is 195 properties.
Okay.
And the value is about $1.3 million for 2017.
Wow. And in that bylaw, I mean, obviously then we're not, all of them are grouped into one bylaw
Yeah,
that we pass, okay.
yeah, they're all grouped into one bylaw, and every year we add ones that have applied and take ones that have vacated just their buildings. And normally we would have a 3-year review. Every 3 years we would have a review. But when they were starting the review, when the committees were canceled or stopped, and we haven't done a review since then. So that is something that we have to look at. Staff does look at the properties to make sure that the organizations are still using, there's still other properties that are listed in the permissive tax exemption bylaw, but short of that, we haven't done anything.
Councillor Hammonds, Councillor Martin, and Councillor Thorpe.
Thank you. First, a clarifying question. I'm sorry, how many properties did you say?
For 2017, there was 195 properties, but 108 organizations. So some organizations can have more than one location.
Right, and I feel like this was forever ago, so forgive me, revitalization tax exemption, those are for certain neighborhoods that we're looking
That's
to
correct.
revitalize. Okay.
Yeah, so a revitalization, we have 3 revitalization programs. And we have the hotel revitalization, and that came into effect in 2012. And the objective of that program was to encourage new hotel and motel investments in the city of Nanaimo, to promote a higher standard of overnight accommodation and enrich visitors' experience while staying in the city, and to generally reinforce the city's commitment to long-term development of the tourism industry. We have the downtown revitalization for commercial and multi-family residential buildings, and that came effective in 2018. And the objective for that one is to encourage new investment in the revitalization area, encourage the construction of new commercial and multi-family residential buildings,
and alterations and renovations of certain existing buildings in the revitalization area, and to encourage revitalization of the revitalization area. And the oldest one we have is the heritage building tax exemption. I don't know when that started, but it's been around for a while. And the purpose of that program is to give tax exemptions up to 10 years in length. And it has two main goals: to encourage new downtown residential unit in existing heritage buildings, and to preserve heritage buildings in the downtown core. And so an example of that, we currently have one bylaw like that, and it's for the real estate webmasters building at 220 commercial. Thank you. So,
Councillor Martin?
Thank you, and through the chair, just because it was Councillor Bonner and I that used to be on a grants advisory committee, and we used to do the PTEs. And some of them, the majority of them, is actually provincially, like the churches and that. There isn't any choice. So just wanted to share that.
but the city does have the right to do parking lots and
Yes.
and that. So the footprint of the church is statutorily exempt,
Yeah.
and the city can, I think, it's up to 2 acres around the property.
So you can go to God's house, you just can't take your car.
You can't now.
You can now.
Back to the transport.
See what you've done. Sorry.
Thank you, Your Worship. Yes, just a question for you to staff. I know we're going to have a discussion at some point about reforming our committees and what that structure will look like. I'm just curious of the opinion of staff, and from your perspective, Mr. Rudolph. As Councillor Martman said, we did have a grants advisory committee, which I did chair, and it involved community involvement. Councillor Bonner represented the United Way for a number of years on that committee. I thought it worked well, and for the past couple of years, staff have taken over that job. And I don't know which way is more effective, and I just throw that out there as something I think we need to consider. I don't know what is common practice. And it's not something that needs answering today.
I've not experienced a committee format before, anywhere I've been. We just went through, in the last day I was at, a big review of this whole thing and came up with rigorous policy filters and guidelines, and it was assigned to staff to administer. So if we had a committee administer it or staff would inevitably be supporting the committee, so it would be staff in other scenarios. So it's whatever your preference is, but I think the point is that you should probably have a current filter on what qualifies and what doesn't, and it's a bit of a moving target. I know even some of these churches probably have commercial businesses in the basement or something to make ends meet and so on, so it's whatever is right for us, but probably just make sure that we feel that our current policy is still current, and then however you'd like to roll that out. But that was done by the staff at the end of the day. The council certainly was all over it when it came to council in terms of reviewing it, and I didn't see a lot of, as robust as the policy was, I didn't see a lot of appetite for taking anybody off the list. So.
Councillor Evans.
Just my 2 cents on that. Never fail.
Churches never survive with your tithing.
I know in the arts community, Councillor Thorpe, there's a little bit of pushback around having a non-peer oriented group allocate grants and funding. So for artists, they feel like if they're applying for grants or awards, then artists should be judging their merit. And so they felt that a committee of the public was more appropriate than staff.
And if I may, that's a good discussion. This was specifically for permissive tax exemptions.
Oh, my apologies.
Yeah, no,
I thought
I
you
should
meant
have
committees in
clarified
general.
that.
Okay, yeah.
No, so it's slightly different.
Okay.
Thank you.
More for staff to work with, though, as they develop the recommendations.
And if we decided to go to a staff review model, our grants policy will have to be updated, because right now it references the committee and whatnot. So we would have to, once we decide which direction we're going to run, we will update our policies and processes around that. So I don't know if you guys have to cut and run at 4 o'clock.
It probably is time to cut and run unless I see great objection. I just want to say thank you to everyone for their hard work this afternoon, both for staff and council. We've asked a lot of questions and I think raised a lot of issues which are really helpful. I don't know for the rest of you, but I really enjoyed this afternoon. Today's no-
Good job.
Good job. Don't get too excited here.
I think finance
We do have a question period, and I assume nobody's planning. I do require a motion for adjournment.
So moved.
Councillor Martin, seconded Councillor Bonner. All those in favor, motion carried. We'll see you at 4:30 downtown.
I got a new favorite Stratton filer.
Oh.
1 page. Seen it?
So, no, but
There it is.
I do-
That's their new one, it's 1 page.
I do know the International Association of Strategic Planners.
That should be ours. That's what ours should look like. It's going to be very similar.
They,
We only have 4.
I think we need to.
Yes, exactly. Ours should be similar.